Part 37. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 366. The result of the game is not important, the key is the performance in the process. People gather together to have fun. If they do nothing, there will be no fun. Stepping on the skates, facing the expectant eyes of the crowd, Kurosawa Hikaru's feet slipped, like a gust of wind, blowing towards the inner circle of the ice rink in an extremely silky and natural way. But at this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang, dating mission - skating rink trip with Mickey Bayu, mission failed. Following it, lines of text appeared in front of Kurosawa Hikaru. Mission goal - meet at the skating rink not completed. Mission goal - let her hold your hand and skate together not completed. Mission goal - let her feel surprised completed. Mission goal - let her kiss your face not completed. Mission funds entry-level skating, entry-level dance ballet, experience card ended. Before Kurosawa Hikaru finished reading these words, a strange feeling emerged from all over his body. What kind of feeling is that? As if something is constantly flowing away. Even more, it was as if the supporting beams collapsed, and an unprecedented sense of imbalance filled the whole body. After scanning all the words, Kurosawa Mitsuru looked up. The huge and empty ice rink gave him an inexplicable sense of strangeness, which made his body tense. The ice surface with knife marks and the feeling of wearing ice skates, the uneasy feeling, no longer like walking on flat ground, but like walking on thin ice, as if a slight careless movement would be swallowed up. This feeling is like a person who challenges something new and unknown, and the unknown feeling will make people feel uneasy and novel. Have I lost my skating? Kurosawa Mitsuru, who was skating straight to the center of the ice rink, was fully aware of this feeling. In a blink of an eye, he came to the center of the ice rink. The break from moving to static on the side of Kurosawa Mitsuru's feet was not perfect, but his upper body only swayed slightly for a moment, and he stabilized it. Things are different now. He has mastered a variety of skills, such as boxing, kicking, archery, parkour, swimming and other physical skills. It is very easy for him to learn skating from scratch. Even if the experience card of skating is over, it has not disappeared from his world. As long as he puts on ice skates and sees how others skate, he can become his own ability by practicing. What's more, he has skated before and knows what kind of movements it should be. Mission failed. Stopping on ice skates in the center of the ice rink, Kurosawa Hikaru did not move, but lowered his head slightly and fell into deep thought. This is the first time he has failed a mission, although he has long been aware that he did not intend to do this dating mission from the beginning. Because there is no relationship between him and Mickey Bayu, and they have only known each other for a short time. They have only met a few times, and the words they said together are less than a few hundred sentences. Maybe the schoolgirl is very beautiful. Her appearance at the Yodobashi camera store at that moment was like a stunning beauty falling into the world, like a rainbow, beautifying the time, but that's all. What bothered Kurosawa Hikaru was the sudden failure of the mission. This was an unexpected development. According to his expectations, the dating mission would fail at the moment of the deadline. But now, the one-month dating deadline has not yet arrived, and the mission has suddenly failed. What does it mean? According to the dating mission, it is necessary to establish the premise that both parties have a good impression of each other before the precondition is triggered. The failure of the mission indicates that the good impression of one party has disappeared. A more specific understanding is that because of the message just now, Mickey Bayu has given up on him. Okay. After sorting out everything, Kurosawa Hikaru raised his eyes slightly, and his fluctuating thoughts were suppressed. At the same time, because it was Kurosawa Hikaru's turn to perform, he was the only protagonist in the small group now, just like being illuminated by the spotlight, and every move was concerned by people. Wow, Kurosawa is so handsome. Xian saw this action of raising her eyes and jumped excitedly while grabbing the fence. Perhaps figure skating has many highly ornamental technical moves, but it is essentially ice dancing. In addition to skating and jumping and spinning, a look, an expression, and a movement are all part of the dance. Kurosawa Hikaru looked up at this moment, and the change from static to dynamic gave people an extremely amazing feeling. That handsome face was silent, but it seemed to be telling something. Anyway, it was very handsome. Figure skating still depends on the face. Akizuki Aoi's eyes were also deeply attracted, and she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yamamoto Daiki next to her. Although Yamamoto's figure skating performance was very handsome and gorgeous, it was amazing, but Kurosawa Hikaru did nothing, just a change in his eyes, and caught everyone's attention. Figure skating duel. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru refocused on the present and took it seriously. Having lost the two skills of skating and ballet, he knew very little about figure skating, but it was not starting from scratch. Because Yamamoto had come on stage first and set an example for him, with the super graphic memory of the master-level painting skills, scenes emerged in Kurosawa Hikaru's mind. First, Yamamoto's actions, from beginning to end, were disassembled and recognized. The next moment, Kurosawa Hikaru's legs swung and his body began to move. However, he did not start skating directly, but started from the middle of the field and rushed across the ice. Skating forward, smoothly, and then skating backward, his movements were smooth and looked extremely graceful. The unfamiliar feeling dissipated with each skating movement and turned into familiarity. Wow! Perhaps the two players in this competition are not star players, but thanks to the support of Xian, this individual dual figure skating competition is quite lively. After circling the ice rink, Kurosawa Hikaru got familiar with the use of ice skates and returned to the center of the rink to stop again. Then, Kurosawa Hikaru raised his arms and swayed his body. Even without the blessing of music, even in silence, because his arms and legs are very slender and the lines are very obvious, his movements still look very ornamental. The most important thing is that he is very handsome, which adds points to his every move. Is Kurosawa going to follow Yamamoto's movements? Hineda's eyes are sharp and suddenly realized a possibility. Because he was going to play at the skating rink today, he watched all of Yamamoto's figure skating performances and memorized the movements in his mind. He wanted to learn something while playing. As soon as this was said, everyone realized something. It seems to be true. Yuki Ichino's realized something when she saw the dancing action on the spot. Although Guangji danced better, his movements were very similar to Yamamoto's. The next moment, Kurosawa Hikaru's dance ended, and he swung his feet and glided quickly on the ice. Sure enough. When Kurosawa Hikaru's first move was the leg-holding turn, Hineda couldn't help but slap his hands on the fence guards, and his body leaned forward a little, because he guessed it right, he was extremely excited. Leg-holding turn, then swallow turn, squatting turn, upright turn, directly a set of combined turns. This guy. Seeing the same sequence of movements, Yamamoto Daiki couldn't help but hold the fence with his hands, and he was very angry. The performance movements he planned were completely imitated by others, and they were performed easily, which made him feel humiliated. Obviously, Kurosawa Hikaru can figure skate, and his skills are much better than his. His full performance is child's play for Kurosawa Hikaru, and he can even do better. Is figure skating so fun? At the same time, after the joint rotation, although Kurosawa Hikaru felt a little dizzy because of the fast rotation, he felt very wonderful. Experiencing something that you have never touched before and enjoying it is really addictive. Unlike speed skating, which is simply a speed test, figure skating is like a dance, like an art, with infinite possibilities. Kurosawa Hikaru glided quickly on the ice, and every time he glided, he became more familiar with the ice skates under his feet. With the continuous familiarity, he did not feel that the ice skates disappeared and turned into his feet. Instead, he felt that his solace turned into the shape of ice skates, opening the door to a new world for him. In the process of continuous adaptation, Kurosawa Hikaru also began to challenge jumps, following the movements of Yamamoto Daiki. Wow! Amid exclamations one after another, Kurosawa Hikaru landed on the ice. The performance of the disciple surpassing the master ended the game and the duel. Yamamoto Daiki didn't have many technical moves, and it would take very little time to completely replicate them. However, Kurosawa Hikaru didn't leave the field or return to the team, but started skating again, and began to try continuously according to the inspiration in his mind. If the previous performance was a rote recitation, then Kurosawa Hikaru's next move was a personal performance. Is he really that good? Seeing him perform more changes around the leg holding turn and swallow turn, Yamamoto Daiki's anger and unwillingness were dispersed, replaced by a sense of powerlessness. Perhaps Kurosawa Hikaru's strength is not as good as those professional players on TV, nor those figure skating geniuses. But his figure skating skills are far better than those of ordinary people. His body is too strong, and his flexibility, agility, and balance are all visible to the naked eye. Finally, after playing alone for a while, Kurosawa Hikaru's constantly bursting inspiration gradually subsided. If I know ballet, I should be able to create more sparks, right? Skating towards the small group, with a round of figure skating challenges, Kurosawa Hikaru, who had a new experience in both skating and figure skating, felt that he was still not satisfied, and couldn't help thinking. He could feel that his performance just now was not good enough. Because there was an extremely clear mirror in his heart, which could be used for comparison, that was Miki Shiraha's short-lived figure skating practice. When Miki Shiraha was on the ice rink, she was so beautiful when she raised her hands and feet. I guess it must be the ballet skills that played a role. It doesn't matter. Although he realized that the two skills of ballet and skating were not as useless as he imagined, and could lead him into the world on the ice, Kurosawa Hikaru suppressed all his thoughts when he thought of the failure of the mission. Even if he thought that the two skills of ballet and skating were actually quite interesting, it was meaningless. Because he had no tasks to do, if he wanted to get the skill in the future, he would still have to rely on the lottery for achievement completion. Kurosawa, you are indeed very powerful. I shouldn't have yelled at you or spoken so harshly to you this morning. I'm sorry. When he returned, Yamamoto Daiki took a deep breath and bowed to him to admit his mistake. Perhaps Kurosawa's skills are not as good as those of professional skaters, or even those figure skating geniuses who became famous at a young age, but with his body and handsome face, if he studies hard, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the world of figure skating. Made a name for himself. It's a small problem, why don't I say thank you? Seeing that he was convinced, Kurosawa Hikaru was not a small-minded person to begin with, so he didn't get angry with him at all, shook his head and said, "Thank me? Why?" Yamamoto Daiki was a little puzzled. In many ways. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't clarify his words, he just glanced at everyone and smiled. Okay, the game is over, the punishment is done, let's start playing. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder disappeared, Chiyukoi clapped her hands and said, "If there are conflicts and grievances, they should be resolved on the spot. This is a good thing." Seeing how well Kurosawa and Yamamoto skated, I wanted to try it too. Hinata nodded, echoing her girlfriend's attitude. "Kurosawa, have you ever learned to dance?" Aoi Shiina was a little curious. No, Kurosawa shook his head. But didn't Yamamoto say that figure skating requires dancing? You don't have to learn to dance in figure skating, but if you can dance, your movements will look better and you can show more graceful movements. So that's it. Shiina-lan nodded with understanding. Come and play while there are few people. Chiyukoi saw that they were still chatting and urged. The skating rink was quite deserted in the morning. Even if they competed twice after the opening time, not many tourists came to the venue. After hearing this, everyone started to move. Yamamoto, teach me figure skating. As soon as he came on stage, Shion couldn't wait to ask. Why don't you find Kurosawa? He is better than me. Yamamoto Daiki entered the scene holding Hitomi Matsushita's hand, and was a little confused after hearing this request. My boyfriend will be jealous if I ask him to teach me. I'll teach you, Sato won't be jealous, right? Yamamoto Daiki realized this reason, rolled his eyes, and said angrily. Haha. Aoi Shiina looked at Sato, then at Yamamoto, and pretended to be dumbfounded and smiled. You guy. Yamamoto Daiki is very angry. Ha ha ha. Seeing their interaction, everyone was amused. What's wrong? Kurosawa Hikaru noticed that Xiaoyuki did not follow immediately, but stayed where he was, so he leaned over and asked. I always feel that since arriving at the Weian skating rink and meeting Miki Shiraha, Xiaoyuki has lost her vitality and energy and has become somewhat silent. The same was true for the match just now. If she hadn't encountered Miki Shiraha, Xiaoyuki would have cheered with excitement and admiration. Brother Guang, what is your relationship with her? Seeing other hot girls going out to play with their boyfriends and finally having some alone time together, Ichino's Yuki raised her eyes to look at him and asked. The relationship between the senior and the junior girl is not even friends, they just met a few times. Faced with this problem, Kurosawa Hikaru stood next to her, looked at the distance between everyone, and said. This is the fact. His relationship with Miki Bayu cannot even be called friends. Is it possible that she is your first love? Or an ex-girlfriend? How is that possible? Didn't I tell you that I didn't date her? Then why did she want to cry when she saw me with you? The thing that Ichino's Yuki couldn't understand the most was this. Then I don't know either. In response to this question, Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head and put his hands in his pockets, unable to understand the matter. Obviously, she was very happy and surprised when she saw his reaction when they met him by chance in the camera store last time, although she consciously kept a distance and did not dare to say hello to him. Why was it that during this meeting, when I saw him, I felt like I had been greatly wronged and was about to cry? I have to say, this kind of reaction makes people very concerned, it's hard not to think too much. Brother Guang, what message did you just send her? Ichino's Yuki hesitated for a few seconds before asking. This was the fundamental reason why she fell silent and didn't speak much. Today was supposed to be a happy multiple date, but Miki Bayu once wanted to cry, and once she burst into tears, she couldn't laugh heartlessly, even if this person was her love rival. In response to this question, Kurosawa opened his mouth and wanted to explain but couldn't. Simply, Kurosawa Hikaru took out her phone to unlock the screen, opened Line, and placed Miki Shiraha's chat page in front of her. There is a chat box on the screen, with the note Miki Bayu at the top. The information from top to bottom starts on August 10th. Miki Bayu, are you tired? Kurosawa Hikaru, it's quite tiring. Miki Bayu, then you should have a good rest first. Kurosawa Hikaru, the same goes for you. It's still raining outside. Be careful not to catch a cold when you go back. Kurosawa Hikaru, I have a girlfriend. The last message came many days apart, on August 20th, at 10:11. Kurosawa Hikaru, can you please stop staring at me? My girlfriend will be jealous. This. Seeing such a chat record, Ichino's Yuki was moved and couldn't help covering her mouth. These words were too cruel, and they were simply merciless. No wonder Miki Shiraha burst into tears. If it were any girl, facing such thoughts from her lover, she would not be able to bear such a blow. Is this too much? Faced with her reaction, Kurosawa Hikaru put the phone back into his pocket and helped her speak out her heart. More than excessive. Although Ichino's Yuki guessed that the message sent by Brother Guang definitely didn't say anything good, the answer revealed by the truth still scared her. Brother Guang, do you have to send such a message? Ichino's Yuki realized that Brother Guang hurt Mickey's Shiraha for her, and felt a little guilty. Will you be jealous when you see her? Kurosawa Hikaru asked instead of answering. Yes. Ichino's Yuki hesitated for a few seconds and answered truthfully. It is impossible to say that she is not jealous and does not mind at all. It is because she likes Guang Ji that she finds that other women are staring at Guang Ji, and it is such a beautiful woman like Miki Baiu, which makes her feel a sense of crisis. That is necessary. After getting this answer, Kurosawa Guang felt relieved and had a sense of relief of being redeemed. Although it is like this, you can use other methods. What do you mean by other methods? Ask her to leave? This is an ice skating rink, everyone can come, I don't have the right to ask her to leave. As for us leaving, everyone just bought a ticket to come in, we can't let everyone go, right? Kurosawa Guang disagreed and explained. Guang Ji, do you hate her? Seeing that his attitude was firm, Ichino's Yuki looked up at him. I can't say I hate her, but I can't say I like her either. Kurosawa Guang shook his head. Facing a beautiful girl like Miki Baiu, any normal person would not hate her. Are you really doing this because you don't want me to be jealous? Yes, Kurosawa Guang nodded slightly. Hearing his calm tone, Ichino's Yuki's beautiful green eyes were throbbing, and her voice was a little dry and trembling. She's gone, are you unhappy? Kurosawa Mitsuru looked sideways and saw Yuki's beautiful green eyes trembling, with tears flashing in her eyes, and was shocked. In theory, a boyfriend rejects other girls for her, normal girls should be happy, right? You drove her away for me, I know I should be happy about this, but I feel bad. Ichino's Yuki shook her head, bit her lips tightly, and looked at Guang Ji in front of her, not knowing how to speak. Why do you feel bad? Because I hurt her. I hurt her, you didn't do anything, you didn't even talk to her, how could you hurt her? Kurosawa Mitsuru didn't understand why she thought so, but found that she was about to cry, so he comforted her. But you said such cruel words to her for me. Ichino's Yuki was very sad, and her mood was very complicated. She has never hurt anyone since she was a child. Even if someone confessed to her, she would reject him in a more tactful way, hoping that the other party would not be so sad. But now, although it was indirect, she also hurt the figure skating genius Miki Shiraha. Through Yamamoto Daki's mouth, and through learning about the past, she originally thought that Miki Shiraha was a genius who deserved pity, but she was treated like this again, which made her feel guilty. Just like before, when she saw Miss Ninomiya crying and running away, she was also very sad. She would be happy if Guang Ji rejected others for her, just like the 2 times he went to the beach, Guang Ji was targeted by several big sisters, but he was unmoved. Those big sisters who failed to pick up were just impromptu. Even if they failed to pick up, they would at most feel sorry, which is different from the situation of Miki Shiraha this time. If Miki Shiraha had any shortcomings, or had done something that made Guang Ji hate her, she would never be sad, but would share the same hatred. But the fact is not so. Guang Ji doesn't hate Miki Baiu, he just did it for her. This feeling of indirect harm made her feel at a loss. It's not just for you, there are many reasons, your jealousy is just the trigger. Kurosawa Guang was very surprised to hear such thoughts and explained. Ichino's Yuki realized that it was not just for herself, and stared at him in a daze. The reason why I sent that message is because I want to solve it once and for all, I want her to completely give up and stop wasting her thoughts on me. Successfully stopped her momentum, Kurosawa Guang realized that if he didn't make this clear, he couldn't have fun today, so he could only be frank. You saw it just now, even if I told her that I have a girlfriend, she still likes me. Because she didn't respond, Kurosawa Guan continued. Isn't that a good thing? Ichi-no's Yuki still didn't understand when she heard such words. What kind of good thing is this? Kurosawa Guan didn't expect her to say that, and was very surprised and speechless. Guangji, don't you want her to be your fourth girlfriend? Don't you want a fourth one? Ichi-no's Yuki found that he didn't think it was a good thing and was very confused. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru met her eyes, which were still tearful but puzzled, and couldn't help but be full of question marks. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 367. This sudden question was not just unexpected, it made Kurosawa Hikaru confused. Does she want me to find a fourth one? It's impossible. She did accept my three-timing, but she didn't say it on the surface. She would hide and cry. Is she testing me? Not likely. She's not the kind of person who schemes. Does she want to know if I will cheat again in the future? Or did she see Miki Shiraha crying and couldn't bear it? Looking at Yuki Ichino's face, Kurosawa Hikaru had a storm in his heart that was difficult to calm down. Compared to his own thoughts, he cared more about what Yuki had in mind when asking such a question. Kurosawa Hikaru opened his mouth, but the words were choked. When you are with your girlfriend, if it is in the daily state, laughing and playing, you can do whatever you want most of the time. But if you encounter a problem, especially one related to other opposite sex, you must be cautious and cautious. Faced with his hesitation, Yuki Ichino's did not urge him. Her big and bright blue eyes looked straight at him, waiting for an answer. You. Kurosawa Hikaru wanted to ask her why she asked that, but when the words came to his lips, he stopped again. Because avoiding and changing the subject is also an attitude and answer. Ask yourself, whether he really wants a fourth girlfriend. There is always no answer to this matter. No one can be truly free. The more ties and constraints a person has in this world, the more restraints he has. Let's not talk about this traditional girlfriend in the future. Yuki and Chizuru have made more or less concessions for him in his three-way relationship. Yuki agreed right away. Although Chizuru found it difficult to accept, she was also working hard and overcoming it for him. In this case, if he finds a fourth one, let's not talk about what Chizuru will do. Doing so may even break Yuki's tolerance limit. A person's tolerance is limited. After seeing Chizuru's collapse, he didn't want to see Xiaoyuki collapse because of what he did. Now, he just wanted Xiaoyuki, Chizuru, and the future to be happy. People should be content. Thinking of this, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at Xiaoyuki with a look of hesitation and softened, and said softly, "Okay." Treated by his gentle eyes, Ichino's Yuki hesitated to speak, and finally nodded a little disappointedly, and said no more. Okay? What does okay mean? Kurosawa Hikaru, who finally determined his original intention, felt depressed when he saw her sullen attitude. Brother Guang, teach me to skate. Without waiting for him to entangle, Ichino's Yuki reached out and took his arm, and smiled. Okay. Seeing her smile, it seemed that the previous matter was completely turned over. Although Kurosawa Hikaru didn't understand what she was thinking, he still nodded. Skating is simple, just like this, swing left and right, and use this momentum to move forward. You said it's simple. Don't be nervous, imagine the feeling of surfing, it's a sense of balance. Kurosawa Hikaru realized that it was difficult, and he taught her patiently. To be honest, he really didn't think skating was that difficult. Maybe it was the aftertaste of the skating experience card, or it could be that the talent of surfing created a strong sense of balance, or it could be that the master-level leg technique gave him an innate talent for the use of his legs. He just skated a few times and was completely adapted. After all, Ichino's Yuki is not a sports idiot. Through fitness and yoga, her physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary JKS. She quickly mastered the trick and would not slip at any time when stepping on the ice. Having said that, Kurosawa Hikaru still held her hand to prevent her from falling. "Kurosawa, Yuki, you are finally here." Shiina Aoi, who had been playing for a while, saw that the two of them were finally moving, and skated over directly, bending over and smiling. Because they were talking alone at the edge of the ice rink, like a chat between a couple, no one went to disturb them. Maybe it was a multiple date, so there was no room for a single date, but if there was something between two people to talk about privately, everyone had a tacit understanding not to disturb them. "Lan, you skate so well, you can even bend over." Seeing her run over to say hello, Ichino's Yuki, who had finally managed to stay stable on the ice without falling, was a little surprised. We came here once before, and just now I asked Yamamoto to teach me figure skating." She was proud of Shiina Ian's casual performance when she noticed it. "Are you so talented? You learned figure skating so quickly." Ichino's Yuki was very surprised, and always felt that she skated very well. In the final analysis, it was still a gap caused by comparison. It was her first time on the ice. Although she had gone skiing with everyone before, skiing is skiing and skating is skating, which are not the same thing. It's just bending over, it doesn't count as figure skating. Yamamoto Daiki followed at this time, stood with his arms folded, and interrupted. "Can't you let me be proud for a while?" Shiina Ian's smile froze, and then he pushed him unhappily. "Shiina, don't push people on the ice rink, it's very dangerous." With this push, Yamamoto Daiki took a step back, stepped on the skate to steady his body, and lectured with a straight face. "Really pay attention to safety." Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru also looked at Xiao Yuki beside him and warned him. "I know." Yuki Ichino said coquettishly when she realized that he had to give special instructions to her. "Woohoo! Look at me." At this moment, a cheer sounded not far away, and that was Hineda's voice. Everyone looked up and saw that he was sliding backwards, with his arms spread out, looking cool and handsome. When everyone looked over, Hineda stepped on her foot and suddenly jumped up, spinning in the air before landing on her feet. Although he landed on both feet, he was unable to maintain his balance and fell directly. "This is too dangerous for you. Novices should not try such dangerous moves." Seeing this scene, Yamamoto immediately lost his composure and quickly slid over to teach him a lesson and also extended a helping hand to him. Unlike before, it was just simple skating in the skating rink. Because of the experience of figure skating, everyone's ways of playing have become more diverse. At 7 p.m., after dinner, the multiple dates officially ended and everyone dispersed. Because we gathered early in the morning, everyone woke up very early, so there were no more activities at night. So tired. On the train ride back, Ichino's Yuki sat on Kurosawa Hikaru's lap and leaned into his arms, her body bones very soft. "When I get back, I'll take a hot bath and have a good sleep and I'll feel better." Kurosawa Hikaru held her arm with his hand, massaged her gently, and smiled. Although skating involves skating with the feet, arm movements are also indispensable whether it is to maintain a sense of balance or for various ways of figure skating. "It's comfortable now." Enjoying his highly skilled and indescribable massage, Ichino's Yuki's voice was very relaxing. He. Seeing her narrowing her eyes and sitting unsuspectingly in his arms, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but smile. The biggest difference between a girlfriend and a female friend lies in the details. When two people are together, they can be intimate and unrestrained. Figure skating is really difficult. After enjoying it for a while, Ichino's Yuki couldn't help but sigh. "Really?" Kurosawa Hikaru agrees with this. He relied on his super athletic talent and physical fitness, coupled with speed skating and experience in skating skills, so he picked up figure skating very quickly. But his figure skating skills are at most a little better than Yamamoto Daiki. If compared with Miki Shiraba, they are basically two dimensions. Because he can't dance, he can't raise his hands and feet in a beautiful and picturesque way. Brother Guang, have you ever skated with her? At this moment, Yuki Ichino's asked about the confusion in his heart. No. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. It's obvious who she is referring to, and it has something to do with skating. Then how did you meet her? Do we have to talk about her? Kurosawa Hikaru stopped massaging and looked down at her. Because I'm a little curious. Yuki Ichino's rubbed herself in his arms and said coquettishly. The first time we met was by chance in a camera store. I was trying out a SLR, and she suddenly ran out, and then I photographed her. Although he didn't know what her thoughts were, Kurosawa thought about it and said it anyway. The story between him and Miki Bayu is the kind of story that is not afraid of being told on the stage and not afraid of being exposed to the light. The only thing that's hard to talk about, is the chance encounter that night at the Tokyo Bunkakaikan, where I accidentally saw someone's fat. And after hearing about their first acquaintance, Ichino's Yuki asked again. Realizing that she insisted on asking, Kurosawa Hikaru not only accidentally saw Faji, but also gave her a clear explanation. Having said that, there are some conversations that it is impossible to completely recount. They just briefly mentioned the location, such as waiting for me at the school gate, and the two of them went to the coffee shop to have afternoon tea and chatted for a while. Did we also meet by chance at the skating rink today? Actually, when I got to the skating rink, I thought I might meet her, but I didn't expect it to be like this. So good. What's so good about it? Kurosawa Hikaru didn't understand. No need to contact you in advance, I'll meet you somewhere by chance. Wouldn't it be better to contact us in advance and then meet again? We can only meet if we have an appointment. Because it's the first time we met, it doesn't sound nice to say it. It's not romantic at all. Ichino's Yuki was a little embarrassed. Compared to the romantic and special encounter like the chance encounter in the camera store, the accidental capture, the way she met Brother Guang was really weird. But it's very special, so special that I will never forget it in my life. Kurosawa Hikaru disagreed. Is it that good? Realizing that he could remember it for a lifetime, Yuki Ichino's was a little happy. I think I will never meet another girl in my life who dares to call herself my girlfriend as soon as she greets me and introduces herself. Seeing her happy reaction, Kurosawa pinched her soft and elastic cheeks with his hands and said leisurely. Oops. Realizing that he was making fun of herself, Yuki Ichino's was very embarrassed and put out her hand to block his mouth, preventing him from continuing to speak. After sending Xiao Yuki home and taking the car back home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Sitting at home, Kurosawa Hikaru took out his mobile phone to play with it and read the messages. Because she was on a date with Xiao Yuki today, she didn't send any messages to herself. There were very few letters, only the schedule map sent by Ms. Runa. There is a performance at the end of the month. It seems that I will have to wait until the beginning of next month to return to my hometown. After looking at the itinerary, Kurosawa Hikaru muttered to himself. Okay, no problem. After thinking about it, he replied to the message. After exiting this page, there was a column in the chat list that made him take a second look. The avatar icon is a snowflake, and the name is Miki Bayu. The message after that is clearly a message he sent during the day. It's been so long, but there's still no reply. Just like last time, I can't read it back. Once there is a gap between people, even sending a message will make it difficult for people to move forward. At this moment, the phone vibrated slightly, and the newly added group chat had information. Blue beautiful girl, the photos Kurosawa took are so good. It's only been 2 hours and I've added 1,000 followers. This is a group chat for a small group of hot girls. Since we are fully staffed again, we simply set up a group chat for easy contact. Aoi, if you don't understand, just ask, 1,000 fans in 2 hours is too much or too little? Blue beautiful girl, of course that's a lot. I have been using Twitter for 3 years and have only over 7,000 followers. At the current growth rate, my Twitter followers will exceed 10,000 tomorrow. But with Yuki in comparison, it's very little. When we were playing today, Kurosawa Hikaru naturally didn't forget to take a set of photos for each girl. Originally he didn't want to take a photo of Hitomi because he was afraid that Yamamoto would be jealous, but in the end, Yamamoto was beaten by Hitomi. It seems to be working well. Seeing their chat, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled and didn't send a message, just peeking at the screen. At 8:30 the next morning, Zuifen Dojo. In the courtyard, the rain and dew have not dispersed, the fragrance is diffused, and the antique color is fragrant. In the first shooting range, Mirai Shifunjayuan, wearing a ponytail and Kyoto Hakama uniform, was shooting arrows. Under the full ejaculation, her tall and graceful figure was fully displayed. Elegant, classic, confident, and cool, she stood at the shooting point, like a picture scroll, so beautiful that people are attracted to her. Not far away, there was an expressionless maid. Western-style maid uniforms and Japanese-style Kyoto uniforms, two people in the same environment give people a very special feeling. Tuck. Release the arrow naturally, the arrow passes through the air and hits the target accurately. Is it so early today? After maintaining his kanshin, Seifunjayuan Mirai slowly lowered his bow and turned his head. His seductive red eyes, like red wine, fell on a man. Ba bang bang. Because I want to see you earlier. Kurosawa Hikaru saw her hitting the bullseye with one arrow and applauded with a smile. Don't you need to accompany them? I'm still busy anyway. When Seifunjayuan heard such disgusting words in the future, his beautiful eyes were calm and he said calmly. Then I'll go find them first and come back in the afternoon. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru became aware and raised his hand to point outside, as if asking, shall I go? As you please. Seifunjayuan nodded slightly in the future and didn't care about it. See you in the afternoon. Seeing how tolerant she was, Kurosawa said goodbye, turned around and left. Seeing that he was about to leave, Seifunjayuan just glanced at him in the future, still unmoved and very calm. Kurosawa, come back. However, when he saw Kurosawa bald leaving without looking back and walking directly out of the shooting range to the entrance, Shifunjin Mirai immediately lost his composure and couldn't help shouting. As you command, my eldest lady. As soon as he finished speaking, Kurosawa Hikaru's head stuck out from the entrance and said with a smile. Seeing his successful smile, Seifunjayuan rolled his eyes at him and realized that he couldn't fight him. He snorted and picked up his bow and arrow, intending to continue shooting. Don't be angry, I just want to tease you. Kurosawa Hikaru walked forward quickly, held her arm from behind, and coaxed. Something good happened. I'm in such a good mood. Seifunjayuan's future archery was stopped, and he was allowed to hold him from behind, looking back at him slightly. Today's Kurosawa is different from Thursday, he feels relieved and relaxed. He is even more glib and has become better at coaxing women. Because I can see my little future early in the morning. In response, Kurosawa Hikaru buried his head slightly on her shoulder, looking at her breathtakingly beautiful face so close to him. I have to say that Future's appearance and temperament are really amazing, perfectly in line with all his fantasies about a young lady. It's a lot of nonsense. Did you coax Ninomiya back? Hearing such sweet words, the corners of Seifunjayuan Mirai's mouth slightly raised, and his cold expression became a little unbearable, and he asked again. Although hearing such love words made her feel very sweet and happy, she was more curious than this about what kind of things made Kurosawa change so obviously. Not yet. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. He wanted to accompany her today, and he didn't really want to mention other girls. Maybe Future's thinking is more traditional and she can accept her husband's 3 wives and 4 concubines, but it is impossible to say that she doesn't mind at all and won't be jealous at all. Because when you like someone, you will be very possessive, unwilling to share with others, and will be jealous. But a lot of progress. Almost, it's half coaxed back. Realizing that she couldn't hide it, she wanted to ask again. After Kurosawa hesitated, he nodded. Good thing. Realizing the reason for his change in personality, Sifenuen nodded thoughtfully in the future. Do you really think it's a good thing? Seeing her unreadable expression, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly felt a little worried. To untie the bell, you have to tie the bell. You have relaxed a lot and become better. This is a good thing. Sifenuen nodded slightly in the future and affirmed. What's a pity is that it wasn't her who helped Kurosawa relax. But as long as Kurosawa is doing well, it doesn't matter if other women take the credit. Compared to Kurosawa, who looks happy on the surface but has doubts and worries in his heart, she would rather see Kurosawa without worries and relaxed and happy. Oh. Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't figure out her thoughts, but seeing that she wasn't jealous or unhappy, he nodded after thinking. When you are with your girlfriend, it is impolite to talk or think about other women. Where's brother Shinichi? Kurosawa Hikaru didn't want to continue on this topic, so he simply asked. The teacher is still having breakfast. Why are you here to see him so early? Sifenjayuan asked in the future after answering. I'm here to see you. Since he's still having breakfast, let's be lazy for a while. Faced with this problem, Kurosawa Hikaru hugged her arm tightly and smiled. In addition to coaxing Ninomiya, did you encounter anything else? Feeling his clinginess, Sifenjayuan Mirai's ruby-like eyes looked at his smile. No, why do you say that? I always feel like you cherish me more than Thursday. Sifenjayuan was a little uncomfortable in the future and felt a sense of dissonance. Compared to a few days ago, Kurosawa made her feel extra clingy today. Isn't this bad? Kurosawa Hikaru was a little confused. In the process of coaxing Kins, he realized that he had always been very pushy, very face-saving, and acted like a big man in front of his various girlfriends. That way of getting along was not what they liked best. Just like this, he took off his guard and airs and changed. It's good, but it gives me a feeling that it's too good. Tell me honestly, has something happened to you? For such pampering and cherishing, Sifenjayuan was naturally happy in the future, but still broke away from his arms, stood with a bow, turned around and looked up at him slightly. Rather than enjoying herself peacefully, she wants to be a good helper and help Kurosawa Hikaru in various matters. If you want to help, but you don't want to be a disservice, you must first understand the problem. Kurosawa looked so happy today, so lively, so good that it made her feel unreal. Facing her breathtaking beautiful eyes, Kurosawa Hikaru hesitated. Is it related to Miss Igarashi? Seeing his silent look, Sifenuen Mirai realized that besides coaxing Ninomiya Chizuru to make breakthroughs in the past few days, he had indeed encountered other things, so he asked after thinking about it. Although it was a one-time acquaintance, they only met that day at the martial arts gym and didn't even exchange a word. But even in such a short time, she still realized that Igarashi Runa's attitude towards Kurosawa was very partial. No, why did you mention her? Kurosawa Hikaru didn't understand. Logically speaking, shouldn't she be guessing Yuki-chan? Who is that because of? Realizing that Runa Igarashi had not taken any action, the future of Shifun suddenly became unclear. Out of respect and trust, she did not send anyone to investigate Kurosawa's private life. As long as Kurosawa came to see her on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, rain or shine, it would be enough. As for the rest of the time, he can do whatever he wants, as long as he is happy. When she asked him, Kurosawa Hikaru's relaxed and happy expression gradually turned calm. Mirai, like Chizuru, is too smart and not as easy to coax as Xiaoyuki. It is really difficult to hide something from them. In order to bring peace to his life, he was already acting like nothing happened. However, Mirai still noticed something strange. "I'm not questioning you, I just want to know what difficulties and things you have encountered. Maybe I can help you solve your problems." Seeing the change in his expression and looking into his complicated black eyes, Sifenuen realized that he was asking too much in the future. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He clenched the bow in his hand and explained. 98 times out of 10 things in life are unsatisfactory, but people who talk to others are no different. Ordinary people may be like this, but I am different from you. I am willing to listen to any troubles you have, and no matter what problems you encounter, I am willing to talk to you. You go through it together. She knows very well that women who are too smart are not lovable to men, and may even arouse disgust. But she wants to establish a trusting relationship with Kurosawa where she can be honest, talk about everything, and have no secrets. She wants to become his confidant, go forward side by side, and overcome all difficulties together. Is that so? Hearing these words, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly had an epiphany, and suddenly realized something when he looked back. Yesterday, Xiaoyuki asked such a question, probably because of this thought. Regardless of whether she can accept the fourth girlfriend, Xiaoyuki wants to face the problem with him and be his confidant. But she is not as good at speaking as Mirai, and can't express her true thoughts, so she was directly sunk. Shifunjayuan Mirai saw his reaction as if he had thought of something, and was a little puzzled. "I heard a girl yesterday." Realizing Mirai's enthusiasm, Kurosawa Hikaru lowered his eyes to look at her, took a deep breath, and poured out the things that were suppressed in his heart. He really couldn't laugh off the fact that he heard a girl like Miki Shiraha and made her heartbroken and cry. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 368. Everyone has both good and bad things in their long life. Some good things, even if they have been gone for a long time, will still make you laugh when you think about them. Some bad things, even if they have been gone for a long time, will still make you feel regret when you think about them. Seeing him open his heart to her, Shifunjayuan Mirai was a little happy, but she also took it very seriously. She nodded slightly to indicate that she was listening and asked him to continue. Maybe they had not known each other for a long time, but because they knew each other and got to know each other well, they started by passing notes and whispering. During this process, the two of them kept talking to each other and being honest, so she could feel the changes in Kurosawa, even if they were very subtle. She could see that Kurosawa's smile today was even brighter than usual, but it was completely a show of strength and disguise, and she didn't want to make her worry. Her name is Miki Shiraha, she is. Facing her gentle eyes, Kurosawa Hikaru took a deep breath and began to tell the story slowly from beginning to end. From the chance encounter at the camera store, to the identity being exposed at midnight, waiting at the school gate, afternoon tea at the cafe, and watching and waiting for the archery competition. Unlike yesterday, when facing Xiaoyuki's question, he avoided talking and didn't want to talk too much, because he knew clearly that no matter what happened, he could tell Mirai. This trusting relationship was achieved by their cooperation against common enemies such as the Shifunjayuan family and the maid. Is that why you regret most? Is it that you made her cry? After listening to the whole story, Shifunjayuan Mirai realized his troubles. There is this reason, but it's more than that. Kurosawa Mitsuru nodded, feeling ashamed of the fact that Miki Bai ran away crying. Is it because you can't do anything and can only turn a blind eye? Shifunjayuan Mirai asked when she saw his helpless look. Yes. Her thoughts were seen through, and Kurosawa Mitsuru nodded. The most fundamental reason why troubles exist is powerlessness. Knowing that this is not good, but the feeling of being unable to change will make people very irritable. If a thing can be solved, it can't be called trouble, but trouble, or a to-do list. When he sent that message, although he expected that Mickey Bio would be greatly shocked, he did not expect her to cry, and the way she ran away crying was really touching and guilty. Shifunjayuan Marai held the bow with one hand, and gently pinched her chin with her right hand wearing the Kyoto finger guard, lowering her head and falling into deep thought. She did not make any suggestions directly. When someone confides their troubles to you, it is of no value to stand and talk without any pain, and to propose some meaningless and easily thought of methods. As a listener, facing the troubles of the confidant, there are only two choices. One is to comfort, and the other is to make effective suggestions. Of course, if you don't want to maintain the relationship, you can also choose to ignore it and let it die on its own. What do you think when you find out that she likes you? Do you like her? Or do you hate her? After thinking carefully, Shifunjayuan Marai asked a question. This question hit the real thoughts directly, which made Kurosawa Hikaru choke. Although in his eyes, Marai is different from the other two girlfriends, her thoughts are very traditional, and they have a very solid and reliable trust relationship. But it must be said that it really takes courage to talk about your views on other girls in front of your girlfriend. I like her a little bit. After hesitating for a while, Kurosawa Hikaru raised his right hand, put his thumb and index finger together, slightly opened a gap, and said metaphorically. As a man, facing the pursuit and love of a beautiful girl, it is impossible to say that he is not moved at all. Even if he doesn't admit it, the dating task triggered by the system also reveals his true heart. Are you sure it's only a little bit? Shifunjayuan Marai saw the weight of his metaphor, and a pair of beautiful red eyes smiled and confirmed. The reason why she felt funny was because she saw Kurosawa's hesitation and lack of confidence. Not sure, I don't understand what I think of her. Facing her smiling eyes, Kurosawa Hikaru sighed. Why did you reject her and hurt her so cruelly? Because I want her to give up and stop wasting her time and energy on me. Why do you want her to give up? Don't you want a fourth girlfriend? What are you thinking when you ask this question? Kurosawa Hikaru met her puzzled eyes, and was shocked, and couldn't help asking. This sentence is exactly the same as what Zyuoki said yesterday. At that time, he couldn't understand the thoughts behind Zyuoki's question. Rather than responding, he chose to end the topic unilaterally and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Because you are so fickle, if you meet a girl you like again, it's normal to want another one. Shifunjayuan Marai saw that he suddenly became serious, put his hands behind his back, and looked up at his handsome face. This man, just based on his appearance and looks, is destined to be very popular with women. What's more, he is so outstanding, with a variety of talents, it can be said to be unsolvable. No, it's not this superficial thought, but the idea. What I want to know is why you ask this question, as if to convince me to pursue other girls. When Kurosawa Hikaru heard this answer, he felt something was wrong. He thought about his words and changed the question. He still can't figure out what kind of thoughts Zyuoki had to ask such a question yesterday. But now, he has a vague feeling that the future coincides with Zyuoki's ideas. Because I want to make you happy. A deeper thinking logic, Shifunjayuan said after self-examination in the future. Is that what you think? Kurosawa Hikaru looked down at her, feeling surprised and confused. I would rather see you happy than to see you happy on the surface but actually upset. Shifunjayuan Marai changed his hand to hold the bow, raised his left hand, pointed his thumb and index finger under his lips, and then confirmed his inner thoughts. But if I find another one, won't you be jealous? Seeing her nodding slightly and looking very determined, Kurosawa still couldn't figure it out. Of course I will be jealous, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. You have to know how to choose. Sifenjayuan Mirai rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and said. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at her thoughtfully. Realizing that he couldn't understand, Sifenjayuan Mirai's teasing movements turned into palms, gently holding his face, and explained. I can't go on dates with you, nor can I dress nicely or go out with you. I can only wait for you to see me in the apartment and the dojo. You have done so much for me, but I can't do anything for you. I can only hope that I can satisfy you in other aspects. Just like now, if you are willing to tell me your troubles, I will be very happy if I can help you. Sifenjayuan is very clear about the future. She is very beautiful and has a good family background, but no matter how good the conditions are, it cannot change the fact that her situation is very embarrassing. She also understood that Kurosawa was still willing to be her tutor simply because he had freed up time and energy for her. You have always paid for me. You must always have the opportunity for me to pay for you, so that I can have a better psychological balance instead of being unilaterally supported by you. Thinking of his own powerlessness and predicament, Sifenjayuan felt helpless in the future. You have already paid your dues. Relying on her small, cool, and soft palm, seeing her helpless expression, Kurosawa said immediately. When? If you are willing to accept that I am a playboy, you have already sacrificed a lot for me. Although he did not make such a sacrifice, Kurosawa Hikaru knew how important this matter was. That's not enough. Why isn't it enough? Because Ichi-nose and Ninomiya are just like me. What's the problem? Kurosawa didn't understand. The problem is, when everyone has it, it means that no one has it. Sifenjayuan's future attitude is without hesitation. Hearing this statement, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at her in astonishment. What kind of thinking is this? Kurosawa, I want to be your most special girlfriend, not just one of several girlfriends. Seeing that he still didn't understand, Sifenjayuan took back his hand in the future and confessed. Even now, when she said these words to Kurosawa, she had selfish motives. Because she is intelligent, has a sharp eye, and has traditional thinking, she can see through Kurosawa's troubles, solve his problems, and let him rely on herself. As soon as these words came out, Kurosawa Hikaru was stunned. He felt like he was enlightened and his thoughts were instantly opened up. Did Yuki-chan think the same way when she asked me yesterday? She wanted to hear me talk about my feelings and do something for me. Kinzuru still can't get over the hurdle in her heart. Is it because of this? She feels that she is not the most special one. The same weight is completely meaningless to them. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru realized the blind spot in his thinking. Even if he wants a bowl of water, treats Yaoyuki, Chizuru, and the future equally. But in fact, it is impossible to achieve absolute equality. At most, it is as close to equality as possible. Because a person's time is limited and he has no means of doing anything else. After accepting that he was a playboy, Xiaoyuki probably also thought that besides herself, others had done the same thing, so she wanted to do more for him. Kurosawa, when you have a second woman, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a 10th, it makes no difference to me. The key is how much you like me. You clearly know that tutoring me in study is boring and you can't do anything but talk, but you are still willing to accompany me. Even in the archery dojo, where you don't even have the chance to be alone, you still come to me. Seeing the big earthquake in his pupils, which seemed to break through the fog and gradually become brighter, Sifenjayuan Mirai withdrew the palm on his face, put it behind his back, and looked up at Kurosawa Hikaru in front of him, feeling a little happy. Tutoring you to study will never be boring. Kurosawa Hikaru heard what she was thinking, looked down at her beautiful face, and smiled. This woman is so charming that it's hard not to be fascinated by her. Welcome back, Kurosawa. Seeing his faint but sincere smile, as well as his confident and calm look from the inside out, as if breaking free from restraints, Sifenjayuan Mirai was very happy, and put the bow on the ground and placed it flat, he opened his arms to him. Ever since the day of the archery competition, when the three girls met and broke up on bad terms, even though Kurosawa Hikaru was still smiling when he got along with her, his smile always felt restrained. Kurosawa lost the sense of ease he had before, like a tiger that had been shackled and locked in a cage, letting everything go. But at this moment, Kurosawa woke up and stood up. Maybe she hasn't really broken out of the cage yet, but she knows that with Kurosawa's ability, it will be a matter of time before she breaks out of the cage. What is that? Kurosawa Hikaru was immediately amused when he saw her serious welcome, but he still cooperated with her and took a step forward to hug her. Nephrite is warm and fragrant, soft and boneless. Sifenjayuan's future is very tall, but it feels very comfortable to hold him. She is like a safe haven. No matter what kind of natural disaster or disaster, she will always be there waiting for him. Suck. Sifenjayuan Marai buried her head next to his collarbone, smelling his scent, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. This can be regarded as allowing her to find an opportunity to help Kurosawa untie his knot. Maybe it's not completely solved yet, but everything she can do has been done. What are you doing? Hearing her inhalation, Kurosawa Hikaru was a little puzzled. I'm absorbing Kurosawa's energy. I want to absorb your archery skills and make sure you hit the target with perfect accuracy. Sifenjayuan raised his head in the future and threatened seriously. Then you can't suck it away, Kurosawa smiled. Suck you to death. Sifenjayuan didn't believe in evil in the future, so she buried herself in his arms and sucked hard. Speaking of which, do you still call me Kurosawa? Seeing her childish side, Kurosawa felt it was cute, and then he remembered something and asked. What do you want me to call you? Guang. Darling. Master, darling. Sifenjayuan asked in the future when he noticed that he had objections to the way he addressed himself. Guang, if you call me darling in private, you can also call me young master, my eldest lady. Kurosawa Hikaru heard the options she threw out and quickly made a choice, then bowed his head to her ear and whispered softly. Words that are close to your ears will pour into your heart and move your heart. You call me Guang in public, and you call me master in private. What about in bed? Being touched by him, Sifenjayuan's future delicate body stiffened. She looked up and saw his evil smile, then stood on tiptoes, leaned close to his ear, and asked in a whisper. Elder brother. Owner. Or, Dad. Then, she presented the options word for word with a seductive voice. These examples of titles directly made Kurosawa Hikaru's breathing become a little more rapid, and his eyes became hot. This is so exciting. Which man can withstand such a test? Seeing the sly smile on Shifunjin Marai's beautiful and cold face, Kurosawa Hikaru wanted to execute her on the spot, but he looked back at Sayaka Akai next to him and knew that was impossible. Which one are you going to choose? Staring at his fiery gaze, Sifenjayuan smiled in the future. Seeing that she looked like there was nothing you could do about me, Kurosawa couldn't bear it anymore, so he directly put his hands together, leaned down, and kissed her delicate lips. This kiss was very powerful, not to be refused, and even more domineering. Facing his forced kiss, Sifenjayuan also wished for the future, her beautiful eyes curved and her smile revealed. Seeing this scene, Akai Sayaka, who was standing not far away with an expressionless face like a robot, silently closed her eyes and turned a blind eye. A kiss is worth countless words. The 10-second kiss left people wanting more. A 20-second kiss makes people fall physically and mentally. The 30-second kiss was breathtaking. Well, even though Sifenjayuan will be able to breathe through his nose in the future, he is still a little out of breath and wants to struggle if it lasts for so long. However, even though she has been practicing Kyudo since she was a child and has developed strong arm and wrist strength, in front of Kurosawa Hikaru, the difference between an adult and a child is not at the same level. It took a full minute before Kurosawa retracted his lips. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Finally stopped, Sifenjayuan Marai found a space to breathe, his body was limp, his face was leaning on his left shoulder, and he kept breathing fresh air, his breathing was very disordered. If Miss Sayaka hadn't been watching, I would have dragged you to the bed right now. During the passionate kiss that lasted for a minute, Kurosawa Hikaru acted as if nothing had happened. Seeing her face flushed, her breath exhaling, and her body limp, he also said harsh words. Then you drag it? Sifenjayuan Marai, who was still adjusting his breathing, raised his head and rolled his eyes at him in the face of his threats and warnings. You. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't expect that she would not admit defeat and dare to fight back, so he couldn't help but be stunned. The next moment, Kurosawa Hikaru's expression condensed, and he planned to kiss her dishonest mouth again. No, I give up. Seeing that he was about to kiss him again, Sifenjayuan Marai, who was still breathing, immediately gave in and struggled hurriedly. Ha ha ha. Seeing her twisting and turning in his arms, Kurosawa was very satisfied. What a badass. Realizing that he couldn't fight him, Sifenjayuan Marai hit his chest with his fist and groaned. After playing like this for a while, the two of them went to the wall of the dojo and sat down to rest. What are you going to do next? Because he was wearing a Kyoto Hakama suit, he was transformed into a warrior. Marai Shifunjin did not pay much attention to elegance. He sat directly on the smooth wooden floor and leaned his back against the wall. I will shoot archery with you and play with you all day long. Sitting next to her, Kurosawa Hikaru said without thinking. That's not what I'm asking. What will you and Miki Bayu do next? We'll talk about it later. I want to accompany you today. I want to know what you're going to do. Sifenjayuan Marai said coquettishly when she discovered that he was quite particular about details at this time and did not want to talk about other women. Send her a message and apologize. Seeing how much she liked to interfere in his affairs with other women, Kurosawa Hikaru pondered and then said. Then what? Do you want her to be the fourth one? We don't know yet. Kurosawa Hikaru had no idea about this. Emotional issues cannot be taken too hastily and must be done carefully. What does she look like? Do you have any pictures of her? Realizing that he couldn't think of an answer for the time being, Sifenuen thought about it in the future and asked. How could I possibly have a photo of her, but there are videos of her previous figure skating competitions online. Do you want to see them? Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head subconsciously, then remembered something and added. Unlike ordinary people, Miki Shiraha was a former figure skating genius and a well-known celebrity in Hokkaido, so she can be found on the internet. Of course. Realizing that there was a video to watch, Sifenjayuan's future immediately became more exciting. Most of her time is clearly arranged, and she can only play with her mobile phone freely in school, but even so, because school is a social circle, and her classmates all want to have a good relationship with her, there is no chance at all. Go online. Now that he can access the internet and is with Kurosawa, he is naturally interested. After receiving her affirmation, Kurosawa Hikaru took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened YouTube, and entered the keyword Miki Shiraha, and many results came out. So young? Agwang, are you a Lilikan? Because of the privacy screen, he couldn't see it from the side. Sifenjayuan Marai put his head on his chest to look at his phone, and saw a cover, which made him a little surprised. On the cover, there is a super cute profile face with young teeth, white hair tied up, beautiful light blue eyes as clear as the sea, and delicate and beautiful facial features, like the incarnation of an angel. This is a video of her first competition when she was 10 years old, and didn't I tell you, she is a junior at Dongda University, she is probably only 1 year younger than me. It was also the first time for Kurosawa Hikaru to see this cover, and he felt overwhelmed by the cuteness, but based on yesterday's situation, he was also conscious and explained. "I know, I'm just kidding." Sifan Yuan smiled in the future. Immediately afterwards, the two people started watching the video. This is an official video of the game. The camera is locked. Mickey Shiryu appears from the sidelines, wearing a purple-black skating suit, with sleeves as thin as black silk on his hands. His skin is soft and fair, and his figure is small, petite, and exquisite. Although she looks like a Lolita figure, her skating figure is as beautiful as art. She glides smoothly towards the midfield, raising her hands and feet as if she is riding on the wind. As they arrived at the center of the field, the lights dimmed and a spotlight shone on the ice. Under the background of the light, her snow-white skin became transparent and bright, as if it had a dreamy color attached to it, turning her into an elf on the ice. "Princess Mickey, I love you. Mickey, you are my angel." At the same time, as she waited in the center of the ice, waiting for the game to start, the audience was very lively and there were endless cheers and cheers. Is the atmosphere of figure skating competitions so lively? Seeing this scene, Sifan Yuan Mirai couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps on the day of the national finals of the Kyoto competition, Kurosawa Hikaru's appearance attracted cheers from the audience, which were so loud that they seemed to break through the roof. But that kind of liveliness is only experienced by Kurosawa Hikaru. In most cases, archery competitions are quiet. You haven't seen it before. I can ski and skate, but I haven't seen the competition. So can you figure skate? I know a little bit. When I was 12 years old, I went to Hokkaido for a vacation and skated for a week. I had a teacher to teach me. Then let's skate together. With her. I'm going with you. During the conversation, a burst of background music played in the video, and Mickey Baiu's body started to move. As she danced, it only took a moment to deeply attract the attention of two people. They no longer chatted, but concentrated on it. Because Mickey Baiu's movements are so beautiful, when he raises his hands and feet, he seems to be walking on the wind. Under the starlight and moonlight at night, the ice is covered with silver. A white shadow dances in the wind, like a giant flying into the sky. Perhaps she is still young, but her unparalleled elegance, captivating the country, dreamy and super fairy charm have already shown her edge and will amaze the world. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 369. Two people were sitting against the wall of the shooting range, holding a mobile phone and watching videos. Facing a scene or a story together, if we have the same feelings, it is a manifestation of compatibility. So cute. The 10-year-old's entry video is nothing but cute. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at her and smiled, nodding slightly. The age-appropriate cuteness shown by a 10-year-old child is a unique feeling of childishness. Then, they watched other videos. It's beautiful. It always felt like we were watching her grow up. Her skills are getting better and better. It's getting more and more beautiful. So pretty. From the age of 10 to 15, Sifan Yuan's thoughts and opinions about the future gradually changed, and his expression changed from fresh and excited to serious. When it comes to the 15-year-old competition video, Mickey Baiu's appearance is no longer as simple as a beauty. Her figure became taller, and her arms and legs became slender. The key was the confidence between her eyebrows and her eyes, as well as the elegance and beauty between her hands and feet, which made her completely transform into an elf on the ice. Her appearance made the whole audience cheer and she has a very impressive fan base. Her performance impressed the judges and they were extremely excited when they awarded her the award. Every other year, when she won the championship, whether it was choreography, technique, or beauty, she was growing at an incredible speed. On the ice rink, she was like an elf on the ice, as if shrouded in divine light, happy and confident. Needless to say, this Mickey Baiu is terrifying in terms of appearance, temperament, and charm. Is this her before the fall? Kurosawa Hikaru had different feelings. Although he was amazed by her performance and style, after all, he had seen her in person and had some contact with her. In the video, 15-year-old Miki Bayu is full of energy and confidence. She always has a beautiful smile on her face. She is an ice princess who can make all flowers eclipse. In reality, 19-year-old Miki Bayu, although her beauty has become even more outstanding as she has grown a few years older, the feeling she brings to people is completely different. The real Miki Bayu has a figure like a weak willow in the wind, as if it will fall down when the wind blows, weak and quiet. She's so pretty, don't you think? There was a discrepancy between the two people's feelings. After pondering in the future, Sifenun asked. She is indeed beautiful. She is the campus beauty of Dongda University after all. Hikaru Kurosawa is very clear about Miki Shiraha's beauty. To say she wasn't beautiful would be an absolute lie. After all, the moment Miki Shiraha showed up at the freshman meeting of Dongda University, there was no need for selection or voting, and he was recognized by everyone, and he was a well-deserved campus beauty. You said I will go to Dongda University next year. Who will be the campus beauty between me and her? Realizing that she still had this title, Sifenun Mirai, who was leaning on his shoulder, raised his eyes slightly. That must be you. To this question, Kurosawa Hikaru gave the answer without any hesitation. Although Miki Baiha is very beautiful, since she was injured, she has lost the aura and confidence of a figure skating genius. On campus, even though she looks very beautiful, her charm has been reduced. In contrast, Sifenjayuan future is at its peak in terms of appearance, temperament, intelligence, and even charm. What's more, she has not yet reached her prime. If one day, the future is free and she can laugh freely and freely, it will definitely be one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. Past. Seeing his unswerving attitude, Sifenjayuan Mirai's beautiful eyes curved and she looked at him with soft eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. Qualified. Kurosawa Hikaru was a little confused. Could it be that her question just now was a test? I mean, she is qualified. She is very beautiful and qualified to be the fourth one. Sifenjayuan looked at the phone again in the future and explained. Hearing these words, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look sideways. He suddenly realized that in the future, as a rich young lady, she had always been aloof and pampered, and her views on some things were very arrogant, which could also be said to be arrogant. What's wrong? Faced with his sudden silence, Sifenun realized something was wrong in the future. I didn't say I wanted to chase her. Kurosawa Hikaru calmed down his words and said. You don't have to chase her, as long as you are willing to accept her. Isn't she chasing you? Sifenun Mirai doesn't care about this. In her opinion, as long as Kurosawa opens his heart, everything will be easy to talk about. That was the case before, but not anymore. Kurosawa Hikaru disagrees with this statement. Why? Didn't I say it? I hurt her in order to make her give up. In view of the system's mission certification, he can be sure that the current Miki Bayu has completely given up on him, otherwise the mission will not fail before the mission deadline is reached. Yeah, aren't you going to apologize next? Apologizing is an attitude. I want to apologize to her because I hurt her. And even if I apologize, she may not forgive me. It's just that it can make me feel more at ease. Kurosawa looked at her and explained. Aren't you planning to accept her? Facing his strange look, Sifenjayuan found that things were out of his control in the future, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. It's not a matter of acceptance or not. Now I just thought of apologizing to her, but I didn't expect that to go that far. Hearing this arrogant statement, Kurosawa Hikaru reached out and touched her head. Although the future is said to be resourceful and perceptive, it is still a flower in a greenhouse and is still immature. As long as you apologize, others will forgive you. Communication between people is not a matter of course. You looked like you had figured it out just now. What did you think of? Siphon Jiayuan saw his sudden action in the future, became aware of it, and simply returned to the starting point. She originally thought that Aguangna had figured it out, as if he was relieved of his worries, but now it seems that is not the case. Because I know what you want, and I also know what they want. Kurosawa Hikaru thought about this question and explained. Through Mirai's enlightenment, he has completely understood what he needs to do to make Ninomiya Chizuru happy and get back together. In addition, he also knew Xiaoyuki's true thoughts. For Xiaoyuki, whether he wants a fourth girlfriend or not is not the point. What she longs for is growth. She wants to be like the future, for the two of them to reveal their true feelings and move forward side by side to face any situation together. Problem. However, yesterday's Xiaoyuki was too stupid to express her needs and thoughts. Treating three people equally is a psychological balance for him, but for his three girlfriends, this is not the feeling. Special treatment is what they want. Alright. Realizing that this was what he had just thought about, Siphon Jiayuan Mirai paused and realized that he was thinking too much. Then what are you going to do with Miki Bayu? I apologize for what happened this time. As for what will happen next, I don't know. Kurosawa Hikaru thought for a while and realized his true intention. There may be many reasons, but this is not the reason for him to hurt others. Honestly, are you worried about the feelings of Ichi-nose and Ninomiya when you want to make her give up? Siphon Jiayuan Mirai looked at his face and asked after thinking. There's that aspect to it, but I think I would do it that way, probably because I was scared. Talking about the real reason, Kurosawa Hikaru asked himself a lot when he was alone last night. Afraid? Is she dangerous? Hearing this statement, Siphon Jiayuan Future didn't quite understand. It makes no sense. With Kurosawa Hikaru being so powerful, even Sayaka has no power to fight back against him. Other women are no threat at all in front of him. However, if she is on the ice, Miki Bayu's combat effectiveness is probably not low. After all, she is wearing figure skates and has skates under her feet, so her attack power is still not low. I'm afraid that if I interact with her too much, I'll fall in love with her and make the same mistakes again. Kurosawa Hikaru has already figured out his thoughts. In fact, his problem is the same as Ninomiya Chizuru, because he can't see through the safe, reliable, and satisfactory results, so he directly takes action to stop things from happening before the story begins. This may be a common problem among finance students. If you cannot weigh the pros and cons, you will not take risks easily. If you do not seek the best interests, you would rather earn less, but you must also avoid the greatest risks and make sure you make no losses. The reason why he dared to show off his cards in the first place was also due to this mentality. Because there was Siphon Jiayuan as a guarantee in the future, and Xiaoyuki was very likely to accept it, and the benefits far outweighed the risks, he still took the risk and took that step even though he knew that Chizuru might not be able to accept it. Really? After hearing this statement, Siphon Jiayuan Mirai immediately understood what his actions were based on. The situation was still as she expected. Even if she said she didn't mind, but if she wanted to completely untie Kurosawa Hikaru, she would have to get the support of the other two people. But this is not easy. After all, not every woman has the same traditional thinking as her. No matter what, even if it happens again, I will stand firmly by your side. Immediately, Siphon Jiayuan Mirai's head rested on his shoulder, making his attitude clear. Thanks. Realizing her connivance, Kurosawa was stunned for a moment and smiled knowingly. It feels really comfortable to get along with her because I can express what is on my mind instead of having to bear it and face it alone. Maybe this is the meaning of a girlfriend, or in other words, a wife. No longer alone, but two people experiencing and facing more things together. I want to see this video. Facing his thankful gaze, Sifan future no longer revolved around the current topic, and he poked the phone with his green-white jade finger. Snowy Mountain. As the screen jumped, Kurosawa Hikaru glanced at it and became curious. This video is a vlog of a blogger traveling and skiing in the snowy mountains. I like wide open spaces. Sifan nodded in the future and explained. I'll take you on a trip later. After realizing what she liked, Kurosawa said immediately. After hearing his decisive decision, Sifan Mirai moved her body and leaned against him more comfortably, enjoying the time of watching videos with him. This is a hard-won experience for her, because she doesn't have time for entertainment on weekdays. Sensing her fun attitude, Kurosawa naturally accompanied her and immersed themselves in the vlogs of various bloggers traveling around. Maybe they are sitting at the shooting range, but because some bloggers have better shooting skills, they have an immersive feeling. The two of them kept watching the video until it switched to the beach. The sea. Sifan saw the beach and sea in the video in the future, and couldn't help but sigh and yearn for it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Kurosawa's ears, "New mission." Then, a few lines of words appeared in front of his eyes. Future summertime with Sifan. Mission goal: meet at the beach, be alone for an hour, carry her on your back and run on the beach at sunset, kiss when the fireworks are blooming to their most brilliant moment. Task period: 30 days. Task funds: entry-level driving, entry-level swimming, entry-level massage, experience card. Mission rewards: entry-level driving, entry-level swimming, entry-level massage, permanent. Do you like the beach? Seeing the unexpected date mission, Kurosawa Hikaru asked without paying attention to the reward. I saw snow-capped mountains, high mountains, and city travel, but it was only the video of the sea that triggered the mission. Obviously, she would like to go to the beach in the future, which is of great value to her. Dislike. Sifan Mirai shook his head. Why? Hearing this answer, Kurosawa Hikaru was immediately dumbfounded. Why was it different from what he thought? I used to go to the seaside villa for vacation every year. There was nothing fun there. I could only go out on a yacht to watch my grandpa and Mr. Sato fishing together. And my mother still controlled me and wouldn't let me swim, saying it would make me 10. Sifan Mirai held his chin, feeling helpless and unmotivated, and complained. Her cold white skin is not all natural, but also the result of acquired maintenance. She has basically never been in the sun since she was a child. If she has to go out in the sun, she will use the best sunscreen. What if you come with me? Kurosawa Hikaru realized that her disgust stemmed from this, and immediately changed her explanation. As soon as these words came out, Sifan Mirai's beautiful ruby-like eyes suddenly widened and their expressions bloomed. As long as you want, I will take you there. This was the right reaction. Kurosawa Hikaru smiled and said. Of course I want to go with you, but what should I do? Sifan rolled his eyes at him in the future and said in confusion. Nowadays, although they have gained the approval of their grandfather, their parents have nothing to do with them. But her schedule remained unchanged, and she would be scolded if she disobeyed her mother's request. How about using the business card of the householder? Kurosawa Hikaru knew her concerns and suggested. That's such a waste, the family head's business card is very useful. Even if you ask the Sifan family for 100 billion, my grandfather will give it to you. Upon hearing this method, Sifan Mirai was immediately shocked and shook his head. Just to go to the beach, using the business card of the family leader was a waste of money, and she couldn't agree with it. Is it so powerful? Kurosawa Hikaru was a little stunned when he heard this. According to the statement, wouldn't it mean that he just put the business card of the head of the family worth 100 billion yen at home, and he didn't even put it in the safe? Don't go to the beach. We will go there later. When we get married, we can go wherever we want. This life is still very long. There is no need to rush. Sifan rejected his proposal in the future, shook his hand and persuaded him. This is now, and the future is the future. Some things have to be done at the right time to make sense. If you always hold the idea that a lifetime is still long, then there is no such thing as youth. Maybe it's feasible according to her statement, but Kurosawa Hikaru doesn't agree. It would be okay if he didn't know that he wanted to go to the beach in the future. Now that he knew, he had to go. What should I do? I didn't plan to go to the beach last year or this year because I had to prepare for the exam. Sifan Jiyuan saw that his attitude was very tough in the future and explained the difficulty to him. Do you think if we go secretly, will it cause trouble to Miss Sayaka? For example, if we leave early in the morning and come back at night, there is no surveillance here anyway. Kurosawa Hikaru glanced at Sayaka Akai next to him and asked. It's okay if she's not discovered, but if she is discovered, she will be punished more severely. Then what if we go by force? Force. When we set off, let Miss Sayaka report to us and say that they can't stop us. My mother will be very angry. But she has nothing to do with us. Your grandfather approves my dating you. Hearing this, Sifan Jiyuan was speechless in the future and was very moved. Because she had been taught strictly by her mother since she was a child, she was in awe of her mother. But a woman depends on her husband, and now she is no longer alone to face her mother, and Kurosawa Hikaru. How about it? Let's go to the beach and set off fireworks. Sensing her heartbeat, Kurosawa Hikari was seducing her. What if my mother sends someone after us? I am very excited about the future of Sifan Jiyuan, but I still have concerns. Dump them. Sayaka can't help us drive. I can drive, and my skills are very good. What if those bodyguards chase me to the beach? If you really dare to chase me, I'll show them how powerful I am. Good. Seeing his attitude of carrying it even if the sky fell, Sifan thought about it in the future, no longer questioned his decision, and nodded. As she agreed, she immediately smiled, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. Ha ha. Seeing her picturesque smile, Kurosawa also smiled. Immediately afterwards, the two people began to plot a plan. The time is set for next Sunday, August 28th. In addition, the two also talked about what they could do when they went to the beach. I want to hit a watermelon. Good. I want to swim. Good. I want to eat fried noodles. Good. I want to go sailing on a luxury yacht. Well. Although Kurosawa Hikaru wanted to agree to her, he had to say that this request was difficult. You're kidding, I'm tired of sitting on the luxury yacht a long time ago. Seeing the visible stiffness, Sifan smiled in the future. She just saw his promising attitude and wanted to tease him. Happy time will make time slip away quietly. Miss, it's time for lunch. Finally, Sayaka Akai's voice rang out. Have lunch. Hearing this reminder, Sifan Jiyuan Mirai couldn't help but be surprised. Is it 12 o'clock? Kurosawa Hikaru took a look at the phone and was a little surprised. The morning passed so quickly. Realizing this, the two people looked at each other, then smiled at each other. Time may have passed very quickly, but they both knew one truth. Playing together until they forget time means they will never tire of it. Not long after, they stood up and went to the bathroom respectively. Brother Shinichi. Soon, Kurosawa Hikaru followed Sayaka Akai's lead and arrived at a Japanese-style room. He saw Sato Shinichi, smiled and raised his hand to say hello. Teacher. When Sifan Jiyuan saw him in the future, he was very respectful. Brother Kurosawa, little Mirai, you are hungry, come and eat. Sato Shinichi saw their arrival and greeted them warmly. You must have been to the shooting range just now, right? Why didn't you say anything? Kurosawa Hikaru was not restrained and went to sit down at the small table next to him. Early in the morning, he didn't believe it if brother Shinichi had never been to the shooting range. "I don't want to disturb your young couple's world." Speaking of this, Sato Shinichi's tone was a bit teasing. It was not easy to meet his brother once, but he and Little Future sat together and chatted so happily that he hesitated for a long time and could not muster the courage to interrupt. Having said that, it's not bad to be able to see little Mirai looking so happy. Haha. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru was not ashamed. Saifunjayu and Mirai just sat down next to him, blushing a little. I have to say that it is quite embarrassing to be seen looking sweet in front of respected elders. Immediately afterwards, everyone started to have lunch. The lunch was very sumptuous, not all expensive dishes, but all delicious because they were made by professional chefs. Brother Kurosawa, a TV reporter will come to the dojo in the afternoon to interview you, do an exclusive interview for you, and do some personal promotion for you. Halfway through the meal, Sato Shinichi also said. Is it so sudden? Kurosawa Hikaru, who was eating, was a little surprised. I expected you to come today. Although it is an exclusive interview, it is very simple. Just shoot a few arrows at the shooting range, take some pictures, and then answer some questions. It will be done soon. Maybe it was sudden, but Sato Shinichi had worked very hard for his affairs and arranged them properly, so it was not a trouble at all. Good. Realizing that he had already made plans, Kurosawa nodded. These things must be done to prepare for the future opening of the dojo. After having a full meal, other students from Zuifen Dojo came one after another at 1 p.m. At around 2 p.m., reporters from the TV station came. Unknowingly, the time came to evening. With the arrival of 5 p.m., Saifunjaiyuan will leave according to the schedule in the future. After saying goodbye to her, Kurosawa Hikaru had dinner with brother Shinichi and chatted for a long time. At 8:30 p.m., Sato Shinichi asked the driver to give Kurosawa Hikaru a ride. Brother, come to the dojo to play with me when you have time. Don't just drop by every time. Regarding the separation, Sato Shinichi was more emotional than Shifunjin Mirai and couldn't help but complain. Definitely next time. Seeing him looking empty and lonely, Kurosawa smiled. By the way, this is not the same home as before, right? Have you moved? After hearing this assurance, Sato Shinichi believed it, and then looked up at the apartment in front of him, a little surprised. No, this is not my home. Then what are you doing here? Meet someone. Kurosawa Hikaru looked up at the apartment in front of him and smiled. The apartment in front of him was indeed not his home, but the home of Chizuru Ninomiya, Tokyo's most affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 370. Ding. Kurosawa Hikaru glanced at the surname Ninomiya on the doorplate and pressed the doorbell without any further hesitation. Soon, he vaguely heard footsteps approaching. Realizing this, Kurosawa Hikaru straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and prepared himself to be serious. Immediately afterwards, the door was opened, and a beautiful figure stood in the bright entrance. She has silver-gray shoulder-length short hair, wears a white shirt and a hip-hugging skirt, and has beautiful and delicate facial features, giving people a mature and feminine look. The person who opened the door was not Ninomiya Chizuru, but Igarashi Runa. Miss Runa. Seeing her appearance, Kurosawa Hikaru was a little shocked. Kurosawa? Why are you here? Igarashi Runa noticed him in advance through the surveillance at the door of the room. She was not so surprised. Instead, she took 2 steps forward and asked quietly. I also want to ask you this question. In response to this question, Kurosawa Hikaru smiled bitterly. I have some time tonight. I'll come over and cook for Kinzuru so that she doesn't have to eat takeout every day. Igarashi Runa explained the reason why she was here. Even when she was very busy, she would try her best to take time to visit Chizuru's home. After all, relationships have to be maintained, not to mention friendships that have been known since childhood, and Chizuru is so uneasy. I want to talk to her about something, let her be the heroine in the MV for the song Adilina by the Waterside. Kurosawa responded subconsciously, and then when he saw her concerned and nervous look, he spoke his true thoughts. There is no need to be secretive when facing Miss Runa, after all, she is a god-level wingman. If she knew some things in advance, she could help herself. Is it so sudden? Hearing this idea, Igarashi Runa's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen. I have thought for a long time that the heroine of the song's MV can only be her. Kurosawa nodded and affirmed. Do you want to coax her with this? Igarashi Runa heard this and confirmed. Right. Would you like to hear my opinion? It may be a bit unpleasant. Seeing his serious face, Igarashi Runa hesitated for a few seconds and then asked. All ears. Kurosawa Hikaru's character is not arbitrary and he is very good at accepting other people's suggestions. It's absolutely impossible to coax her well with this method. After receiving his agreement, Igarashi Runa said firmly. Why? Because it's too sudden. Let her be the heroine of the MV, which means she has to show her face on the internet and in front of the public. Kurosawa Hikaru was thoughtful when he heard this. Seeing that he listened, Igarashi Runa began to express her own opinions and insights, and you have to know that with your current traffic and fame, when you are the heroine of your first MV, even if she is not an artist, she is also equivalent to debuting as an artist. By then, the teachers and students of Dongda will recognize her identity, and then she will become particularly famous, and she will likely be recognized no matter where she goes. To be more serious, it will also trigger very sensational social news. For example, if you don't do your job properly, you will let a highly respected teacher of Dongda University go to work as an entertainer, show your face, and betray your sex. I didn't want her to betray her appearance. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru interrupted. I know you don't think so, but she is so beautiful. Even if she is well dressed, in the eyes of some people, her appearance is betraying her appearance, although most of people's comments and views on beautiful women are favorable impressions and likes, but there are always people with dark hearts and malicious intentions. Igarashi Runa nodded slightly and added. Indeed. Kurosawa Hikaru was unable to refute this statement. In fact, he occasionally checks Yuki-chan's Twitter and the comment section. Maybe 95% of people are praising its good looks, but there are still some extremely malicious and offensive comments. Although Xiao Yuki deletes it very diligently, she has too many fans and a high exposure rate. Coupled with the scandal in junior high school, and her status as a hot girl, there is no way to completely stop it. Actually, your idea is right. The heroine of the song's MV can only be her. I have a way to get the best of both worlds. Just put your ear closer. Seeing that he was speechless, Igarashi Runa comforted him, changed his mind, curled his lips, and waved to him. In this song, no other woman can be the heroine under any circumstances, otherwise, it is likely to cause catastrophe. What is Chizuru doing? Will she see it? In response to this invitation, Kurosawa Hikaru did not comply. Instead, he couldn't help but glanced at the brightly lit room, feeling a little hesitant. She is taking a shower, otherwise she would have come out long ago. Don't worry, I don't want her to see us whispering, lest she misunderstand. Faced with his scruples, Igarashi Runa's smile froze, but she quickly adjusted it and waved her hand to explain. Realizing that he would not be seen, Kurosawa Hikaru immediately felt relieved, turning his face slightly and putting his ear closer. Wearing a pair of slippers, Runa Igarashi stood on tiptoes slightly, covered her mouth with one hand, and spoke her thoughts into his ear. A good idea, so you don't have to worry about anything later. After hearing her plan, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Right? Come in quickly, before Chizuru has finished taking a shower. After receiving his approval, Igarashi Runa raised her chin proudly, then stepped aside and waved to him to let him enter the room. Meeting for 5 minutes is better than chatting on social media for days and nights and sending hundreds of messages. Although I don't know what the relationship between Kurosawa and Chizuru is now, but this time she bumped into each other. No matter what, I had to deal with it first and let the two people meet before talking. SHH. As he walked into the entrance hall, Igarashi Runa also kept silent at him, indicating that he should be gentle in his movements. Then, she opened the shoe cabinet and found the largest guest slippers, and placed them in front of his feet. Seeing her considerate and thoughtful care, Kurosawa looked a little sideways, but he still stood up and took off his shoes and put them on directly. Let's go. After he changed his shoes, Igarashi Runa started walking with her head held high. As a frequent visitor and a good best friend, the slippers she wore were not for guests. They were just the right size. Her big white legs under her buttocks were very eye-catching. Her heels, without shoes or socks, were round, small, pink and delicate. Soon, Kurosawa Hikaru was led to the sofa and sat down. Want something to drink? Ice water. Drink less ice. It's not good for your health. Igarashi Runa rolled her eyes at him. Although she was preaching, her body still moved and headed towards the kitchen. Not long after, Igarashi Runa came back with a glass of ice water, put it down in front of Kurosawa Hikaru, and sat on the sofa next to him, keeping his distance. The beautiful legs under the hip-hugging skirt are placed together and sideways, and her short silver-gray hair is pushed behind her ears, making her look very feminine. I really didn't expect to see you tonight. I thought you didn't have time on Sunday, so I would send you a message later. Because Chizuru hadn't finished taking a shower yet, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but sigh while there was still time. Is there any work? Kurosawa's mouth was a little dry, so he took a sip of ice water and asked. The person in charge of Cat Carnival endorsement planning would like to meet with you to formally agree on the shooting time for the advertisement. In a few days. Don't you have time tomorrow? I remember you said you were free on Monday. Igarashi Runa was a little confused. I plan to shoot the MV tomorrow. Is it so sudden? Actions speak louder than words, and not everything can be planned and acted upon. That's true. Igarashi Runa thought about it and did not object to this decision. Runa, who rang the doorbell just now? Before they could chat for a long time, the bedroom door was opened, and Ninomiya Chizuru walked out, holding a towel in her hand to wipe her wet blue hair, wearing a set of dark blue pajamas with white polka dots, and followed he raised his hand, and the cuffs fell down, revealing his wrists as white as jade. This posture is homely, relaxed, and undefended. She was wearing a pair of slippers, and her slightly wet toes were like neatly arranged grapes, which looked very pink and delicious. As she walked out step by step, her eyes glanced at Kurosawa Hikaru, and her movements froze. It's Kurosawa here. Seeing her stiffness, Igarashi Runa felt guilty and explained with a forced smile. How did you come? Ninomiya Chizuru took a deep breath and asked. He made up his mind and wanted to discuss something with you, so he came here. Igarashi Runa heard this question and answered it on his behalf. Sensing her support for Kurosawa, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at her deeply, then thought about it and walked to the sofa. Seeing her approaching, Kurosawa opened his mouth and wanted to speak. Is it something important? But at this moment, Ninomiya Chizuru suddenly spoke, interrupting his rhythm. At the same time, she glanced at Kurosawa and motioned for him to be quiet. It should be important. Igarashi Runa noticed her gaze and was very concerned about Kurosawa's arrival, feeling a little guilty. She welcomed Kurosawa in without asking Kinzuru in advance. It was a bit over the line whether she should say anything or not. Tell me. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this, she groaned, then walked over to Runa and sat down. She tilted her head slightly and wiped her damp hair with a pure white towel in both hands. Her expression was very calm, which made people unable to guess her thoughts and felt very oppressive. It was impossible to tell her mood, but Igarashi Runa felt that she had laid the groundwork well, so she turned her head and glanced at Kurosawa Hikaru, indicating that it was time for him to speak. Kurosawa opened his mouth, wanting to speak out, but he froze. Because when Miss Runa turned to look at him, Chizuru was also looking at him, staring closely with her beautiful eyes, as if to say, "You are not allowed to make a sound." Faced with this situation, who should he listen to? Say it quickly. Seeing him speechless, Igarashi Runa was really anxious. The bright red lips were moving, urging him with lip language. This guy, when he was at the door just now, looked very aggressive, but why did he become intimidated when he saw Kyns? Kurosawa plans to release the song Adelina by the waterside next. Igarashi Runa noticed that he had been silent for a long time because he had let Chizuru wait for too long, so he simply turned around and explained on his behalf. Then what? Finally, when her best friend spoke, Ninomiya Chizuru withdrew her gaze and nodded slightly when she noticed that she was turning around. He wants you to be the heroine of the music video. Igarashi Runa didn't notice her little moves behind her back, because Kurosawa was too useless, so she had to do it by herself. No. Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru couldn't help but glance at Kurosawa, and then shook her head. He feels that the heroine of this MV must be you, because this is a piano music composed for you. Seeing her reaction, Igarashi Runa was not surprised and continued. I know, but it still doesn't work. Why not? Are you still angry with him? 0 hours influence is too great now. If I become the heroine of the MV and post it online, the teachers and students of Dongda University will recognize my identity. I used to be a teacher of Dongda University. Once this matter is exposed, whether the result is good or bad, it will definitely be big news. Ninomiya Chizuru did not answer directly, but just expressed her own opinion. As a former teacher, she is very aware of the social status and influence of teachers at Dongda University. It doesn't have to be posted online. As long as you are the heroine of the MV and film it, we will keep it in the office. Seeing that she would not agree, Igarashi Runa said again. This is the best of both worlds, she thought of. Kurosawa can coax Kinzuru well and prevent Kyns from appearing in public. Moreover, this strategy uses the second best strategy, which is to make unreasonable requests first, and then make relatively reasonable requests, and Kyns will most likely agree. If you don't need to post it online, why film it? Ninomiya Chizuru still didn't waver and said in confusion. Well. Faced with this question, Igarashi Runa was immediately speechless. It's really weird to just relay other people's words and thoughts without saying anything. Originally, these words, spoken by Kurosawa, could be moved by emotion and understood by reason. But now, it was very awkward for her to be in the middle of the two people. Chizuru, let me tell you the truth, Kurosawa said that if you don't become the heroine of the MV, this song will not be released, but fans have been looking forward to the release of this song. Although she was momentarily speechless, Igarashi Runa quickly thought of a way to express her difficulty. You threatened her. Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru raised her eyes with lightning eyes, looked at Kurosawa Hikari on the side, and said coldly. Faced with such a question, Kurosawa Hikaru quickly shook his head in denial. Just kidding, how could he threaten Miss Runa? He couldn't confess to such an unfounded crime even if he was beaten to death. He didn't threaten me. This sudden question was beyond Igarashi Runa's expectation, so she quickly helped Kurosawa smooth things over. But from what you said just now, he is completely threatening you and wants to use you as a hostage to coerce me. Ninomiya Chizuru saw that she had said this, and as soon as her cold and angry eyes disappeared, she said. He really didn't mean it that way. He was just very depressed and didn't want to play the piano anymore. Igarashi Runa shook her head wildly like a rattle, and hurriedly said good things in order to redeem her negative opinion. Oh! Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looked at Kurosawa Hikaru, and couldn't help but smile. You don't know, Kurosawa can't eat well now, can't sleep well, and is listless every day. Originally, I didn't want to care about him and let him fend for himself. Look at him like this now. He can't even talk. Unable to speak. Seeing her faint smile, Igarashi Runa realized that he had found the right direction and said firmly. As a good best friend, she knew that Kinzuru was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Although she seemed difficult to get along with on the surface, she was actually very caring. Really? Are you listless every day? You can't eat well and can't sleep well. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this, her beautiful eyes flashed with strange light, looking at Kurosawa Hikaru and then at Runa. Seeing the strange look on her face, as if she had been persuaded, Igarashi Runa was a little happy and wanted to continue along this path. Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't sit still. What Chizuru said was completely digging a hole. If Miss Runa confirms this, it would be equivalent to saying, I watch him eat every day, watch him sleep every day, and see him listless every day. But before Kurosawa Hikaru could say anything, Ninomiya Chizuru reacted quickly and glared at him, indicating that he was not allowed to speak. Sister, can he stop teasing her? Although he was blocked, Kurosawa Hikaru knew that he had to speak out. If he continued to sit idly by and stay out of the matter, he would be watching Miss Runa jump into the fire pit, leading to a dead end. What's more, if things continue to develop, it will not only be Miss Runa who will suffer, but Chiyu may also suffer. Who is your Chizuru's sister? Chizuru Ninomiya, who had just dug a big hole and was waiting for Runa to jump into it, found out that he was disturbing the situation and gave him a very dissatisfied look. Sister Chizuru. As their conversation continued, Igarashi Runa was shocked by this title. Then, she saw Chizuru's sad eyes and glanced at Kurosawa Hikaru's anxious expression. As a human being who has been struggling in society for many years, she only reacted in an instant. Have you reconciled? Igarashi Runa was very surprised. Thinking of what she had just said and done, her expression was a bit complicated and ugly. So be it. Facing her frightened and angry gaze, Kurosawa felt a little ashamed. What a mistake. He should have made the matter clear when he entered the door just now. He originally thought that as Chizuru's best friend, Ms. Runa had just had dinner together, so she would know the progress of their relationship, but it turned out that was not the case at all. Not reconciled yet. Ninomiya Chizuru is a bit arrogant. We've already kissed each other, doesn't it count as reconciliation? In order to make Ms. Runa aware of the situation between them, Kurosawa Hikaru said shamelessly. It doesn't count. Ninomiya Chizuru didn't expect him to say this, so she stiffened and stared at him. Seeing the interaction between the two people, if Runa Igarashi still can't understand the situation, then his life will really be in vain. It was obvious that the two people's stiff relationship had made breakthrough progress without her knowing it. Even if they haven't gotten back together yet, they are as sweet as before, but they have relaxed a lot. When did they reconcile? The night before yesterday, Friday night. Igarashi Runa glanced at Kurosawa Hikaru very complainingly, blaming him for not telling her in advance. Then thinking of her performance just now, she looked at Chizuru with a guilty conscience. Kurosawa, I don't even know. You don't want to play the piano anymore. You don't eat well every day, and you don't get enough sleep. Seeing Runa's guilty reaction, Ninomiya Chizuru raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said. These words seemed to be spoken to Kurosawa, but in fact they were spoken to Runa. I'll forget it if I die. Having to face this embarrassing situation, Igarashi Runa was heartbroken, stood up and walked quickly to the kitchen. No, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru was immediately stunned. He quickly stood up and chased after her, grabbing her arm. Let me die. I am ashamed of Kinhee. I lied to her. I want to die to apologize. Being grabbed by the arm, Igarashi Runa kept waving her arms and struggling. Sister Kinhee is just joking with you to tease you. She is generous, broad-minded, considerate, and gentle. She will not get angry with you just because of this matter. Kurosawa Hikaru saw her going berserk and out of control and quickly comforted her. Seeing their pulling and fighting, Ninomiya Chizuru didn't say anything. She just wiped her hair with a towel silently without trying to stop them, as if she was watching a good show. Facing her calm, even cold gaze, Kurosawa Hikaru and Igarashi Runa gradually calmed down, realized the fact of tugging, and quickly stopped. Is it enough? After they calmed down, Ninomiya Chizuru asked. Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru and Igarashi Runa looked at each other, then walked back to their original positions and sat down. Since experiencing the embarrassing situation that night, he can now face any situation calmly. However, Igarashi Runa has little experience in facing such a scene. After all, her relationship with Chizuru was that they were like sisters since childhood, and they talked about everything. The most important thing is that she knows that her behavior of protecting Kurosawa and saying good things to Kurosawa, is how terrible it is in the eyes of Chizuru, who knows that she has thoughts about Kurosawa. Sit down, Runa. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Runa, patted the empty seat next to her, and greeted. Sorry. Igarashi Runa obediently walked to her side, faced her straight gaze, lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Why are you saying sorry? Have you done anything to apologize to me? Ninomiya Chizuru held her hand and asked. I shouldn't have lied to you just now and made it up. Faced with these calm words and being caught by her, Igarashi Runa was horrified. Anything else? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly, but was not satisfied with this. No more, although I was saying good things to Kurosawa just now, it was because I thought it would be better for you to reconcile. Igarashi Runa shook his head, reacted immediately, and explained. Kurosawa, when did you and Runa get close? Seeing that she was helpless, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Kurosawa Hikari and asked. Good. My relationship with Miss Runa is pure and innocent. There's nothing wrong with it? Kurosawa Hikaru was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and waved his hands in denial. This matter must be denied. If Chizuru thinks that he has hooked up with her best friend, it will be extremely difficult for them to reconcile. Really? Ninomiya Chizuru didn't believe this and questioned. Real? Kurosawa Hikaru nodded firmly. Yeah, there's really nothing. Igarashi Runa also agreed. Seeing the attitudes of the two of them, Ninomiya Chizuru glanced at them meaningfully and took a deep breath. You want me to be the heroine of the MV? Letting go of Runa's hand, Ninomiya Chizuru wiped her hair again and asked. Her movements are very elegant and dignified, and with the blessing of her beautiful appearance, even when she is wiping her hair, she looks uniquely charming. Yes, Kurosawa nodded. Don't post it online. Right. Then why do you want to take pictures? Because I think the heroine of this MV must be you, because I still want to go to the river with you. Different from paraphrasing, Kurosawa Hikaru gave an answer to this question. When will the filming take place? Where will the filming take place? How many people will go together? After hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru pondered for a long time and asked. I will shoot tomorrow and go to Asira Valley. There is no need to send it out anyway. It will be just like the last time I painted for you. It's just the two of us. Kurosawa Hikaru saw that her heart was moved, and after thinking about it, he said. Although the shooting of the MV is a relatively large amount of work, it is best to bring a professional shooting team with you, who can help in various aspects. But since you don't need to send it out, it doesn't need to be so complicated. Yes, but I have 3 conditions. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this decision, she glanced at Runa in front of her, thought for a while, and then raised 3 fingers. You can mention it. Kurosawa Hikaru was not surprised when he saw that she was willing to take pictures and nodded. For Chizuru, it is definitely very meaningful to go to Asira Valley. In addition, because it is filming the MV for the song Adelina by the Water and not other songs, there is a high possibility that she will agree. If he doesn't agree, then he can only use his trump card and call his sister through hard work. The first condition is to bring Runa with you. Good. I'm not going, I have work tomorrow. As they talked, Igarashi Runa said immediately. Because it does not need to be posted online, but is used as a private souvenir, this is not a public matter, but a private matter. She didn't want to be a light bulb and disrupt the hard-won world between these 2 people. Then the shooting time will be postponed. When you are free, we will shoot the MV again. Realizing that she was going to be busy, Ninomiya Chizuru said. Do you have to take me with you? Hearing this, Igarashi Knight was surprised. I want to be with you. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at her and affirmed. All right. Realizing her needs, although I don't know what she was thinking, Igarashi Runa still compromised. The second condition is that this MV must be posted online. After deciding the matter, Ninomiya Chizuru said again. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Why are you posting it online? Kurosawa Hikaru was shocked. Kinzuru, didn't you just say you couldn't send it? Why did you change your mind? Igarashi Runa also didn't understand her decision. At first thought, it is indeed inappropriate, but after thinking about it carefully, I think it is not a bad thing. I would like to take this opportunity to tell everyone that Chizuru Ninomiya used to be a teacher at Tokyo University, but now she is no longer. Faced with the shock of the 2 people, Ninomiya Chizuru said while wiping her hair. Being a teacher at Dongda University is an honor for her, but it is also a constraint. She needs a stronger and more widely recognized identity to cover up the identity label of a teacher at Dongda University. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she would never be able to confidently walk down the street with Kurosawa Hikaru. Perhaps by doing this, she still can't get rid of the label of Dongda teacher. After all, that is her past. Her past cannot be erased, but a more powerful and impressive label can cover its etch. But didn't you just say that if it were posted online, no matter the outcome is good or bad, it would definitely be big news? Igarashi Runa was shocked when she noticed how things were going and started to go berserk, so she quickly tried to persuade him. In this matter, she reacted even more than Kurosawa Hikari. Because as a professional agent, she clearly knows what such activities and decisions mean. It is indeed big news, but that's just right. If I miss this opportunity, I may never have the chance to tell everyone that I am no longer a teacher. Ninomiya Chizuru smiled when she saw how anxious she was and worried about herself. Kinzuru, do you want to be an artist? Igarashi Runa suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but ask. Could it be said that every Dongda student has a heart that wants to be an artist? Kurosawa is like this, and Chizuru is like this too. Whenever there is an opportunity, this idea will burst out. I don't want to be an artist. I only filmed the MV for Adelina by the Water. If Kurosawa will give me other piano music in the future, maybe I can film it a few more times. Ninomiya Chizuru shook her head, having no idea at all. But if you become the heroine of the MV, it is equivalent to your debut as an artist. Moreover, this song has attracted much attention, and it is 0 Hour's first MV. With your appearance, it will definitely be a sensation. By then, everyone who has watched the MV will judge you. When you walk on the street, people will recognize you as the heroine of Adelina by the waterside when they see you. Seeing that she still didn't change her mind, Igarashi Runa told her the bad things. That's just right. And wherever you go on a date in the future, I'm afraid there will be media reporters secretly filming you. Didn't you say that the agency has a very strong backend? Reporters will not secretly take photos during odd hours, nor will they disturb the privacy of other artists in the agency. That's right. Igarashi Runa couldn't refute this. The artists at Zero Hour Agency did have a strong backing and there was no need to worry about being followed by paparazzi. Kurosawa, please speak up and try to persuade Chizuru. Immediately afterwards, she looked at Kurosawa Hikaru on the other sofa and asked for help. Runa, I need this opportunity. I want people to see me as the first impression, not as a teacher at Tokyo University, but as the heroine of the MV for the song Adelina by the waterside. Seeing that she wanted to stop him no matter what, Ninomiya Chizuru held her chin with his hand and asked her to face him, and said firmly, "Good." At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru agreed to the matter. Don't be too hasty to agree. You can't be so hasty about this. Seeing that the young couple had agreed on the matter, Igarashi Runa was so anxious that she stood up and said, "Miss Runa, you and I both know very well that her character is not hasty at all. Now that she has made a decision, it means that she has thought clearly." Faced with her blame and complaint, Kurosawa Hikaru comforted her. "That's right, and I have a third condition that I didn't mention. Do you want to listen to it? Maybe you will change your mind." Ninomiya Chizuru also agreed and persuaded. What do you think? Although Igarashi Runa didn't think she would change her mind if she put forward a third condition, she still nodded. Regarding this matter, Kurosawa Hikaru was also curious about what conditions she would put forward. Facing the gazes of the two people, Ninomiya Chizuru finally finished wiping her hair, put down the towel, and shook her hair. With this forward motion of casting, Kurosawa Hikaru and Igarashi Runa waited patiently. My third condition is to tell the whole world that I am Zero Hour's girlfriend, and Ninomiya Chizuru is Zero Hour's Adelina. Ninomiya Chizuru didn't show off, looked at them, and told them the final condition. As soon as these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the room. Is this what she planned? Igarashi Runa looked at Chizuru's face in shock. Have you thought clearly? Kurosawa Hikaru was also shocked, followed by disbelief. Maybe he wants to announce his identity officially, but his girlfriend from Zero Time is his girlfriend. Does the fact that she made such a decision mean that she is determined to reconcile with herself? Could it be that this is the special thing she has always expected? I've thought it through. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at him and nodded, double affirmation. She didn't know what to do before, but what happened just now made her think a lot more clearly. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she didn't grasp it when it came to her, she felt she would regret it. So are we reconciled now? Kurosawa Hikaru was very pleasantly surprised. He had thought that Chizuru would let go of the grudge and get back together, at least after filming the MV, but he never thought that happiness would come so suddenly. It doesn't count yet. It will wait until you meet my 3 conditions. Seeing his surprised look, Ninomiya Chizuru was a little happy, but she still hummed. Good. Kurosawa Hikaru agreed to this request without hesitation. In love, the most terrifying thing is to race to the death, looking very close, but never reaching the end. But now, the end is right in front of him, and he only needs to move forward step by step to reach it. To be precise, that was not the end, but a new starting point for him and Ninomiya Chizuru. Runa, what do you think now? Seeing that he was not moved at all and was still very happy, Ninomiya Chizuru smiled and looked at Runa. Your last condition really convinced me. Seeing the smile on her face, Igarashi Runa was convinced, and her objections were swept away. Obviously, Chizuru had calculated further than her, and it was indeed not a hasty decision. Maybe Ling Shi, a piano master, has officially announced that he has a girlfriend, so there might be some trouble. Maybe Chizuru will become famous overnight and be in a little trouble. But compared to Kurosawa and Chizuru's reconciliation, that's nothing. And as Kinzuru said, zero-hour affairs has a very powerful backend, and this alone can avoid most troubles. The most important thing is that she now has an extremely strong feeling, which is her intuition and sense of smell as an agent. 0 hour, Adelina by the water is released, and 0 hour's girlfriend, the storm is coming. If 0 hour's next event is run properly, it is very likely that it will be even more sensational than this flight of the bumblebee. Chizuru. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru moved forward very excitedly and hugged Ninomiya Chizuru. "Aren't you going to call me sister Kinhe?" Noticing his move to kiss his face, Ninomiya Chizuru reached out to block his face and said dissatisfied. "If you like, I can call you sister Kinhe forever." Although he couldn't kiss her, he hugged her and Kurosawa succeeded, smiling. Ninomiya Chizuru originally wanted to struggle, after all, Runa was still watching from the side, but when she saw his happy face, she immediately softened her heart and let him go. Even so, in order to avoid the embarrassment of being kissed, she lowered her head and buried herself in his arms. Sensing her obedience, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look back at Igarashi Runa, wanting to show her this good thing. Facing his gaze, Igarashi Runa looked at the way they were hugging each other, and was stunned. Then she noticed Kurosawa Hikaru's eyes, and clapped her hands to show encouragement and appreciation. She said nothing, not wanting to disturb them. Kurosawa. At this moment, Chizuru Ninomiya, who was buried in Kurosawa Hikaru's arms, suddenly raised her head, and her gentle voice turned cold. "What's wrong?" Kurosawa Hikaru heard her call and responded immediately. "Let me go." Ninomiya Chizuru's face was very gloomy, just like the rainy season, sometimes sunny and sometimes cloudy. "Well, what's wrong?" When he found her mood, which changed from sunny to cloudy, Kurosawa Hikaru immediately felt something was wrong. "You know it in your heart." After breaking free from his arms, Ninomiya Chizuru stood up, clenched her fists, and was very angry. "I'm going to sleep, you go home too." Then, she threw a word and walked towards the bedroom without looking back. Her footsteps were loud and clattering, and she was obviously very angry. Seeing her sudden anger, Kurosawa Hikaru was confused and couldn't help but look at Igarashi Runa, wanting to see if she had any clues. "Anyway, we have to go to shoot tomorrow, why not let Kurosawa stay and sleep for a night?" Seeing this, Igarashi Runa suggested. "No. Let him go home and sleep." Ninomiya Chizuru had already walked to the door of the bedroom, opened the door, and walked in. "She is really angry. What's wrong with you? Why did she get angry after you hugged her for a while? Did you touch her secretly?" Finding that her attitude was very firm, Igarashi Runa realized something and then felt puzzled. "No, I just hugged her, and my hands were honest." Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Sniff. Realizing that he was not messing around, Igarashi Runa was puzzled, and suddenly thought of something, walked forward and sniffed gently in his arms. "Why do you smell like someone else's perfume?" Igarashi Runa smelled Chizuru's scent and shampoo on his clothes, but also smelled a strange fragrance. Her face suddenly changed, and she raised her head. No wonder Chizuru's mood suddenly changed from sunny to cloudy, and her face was dark. This was entirely because there was the smell of other women in Kurosawa's arms. When she leaned her head over to sniff, Kurosawa Hikaru actually realized something, and now that he was exposed, he froze immediately. Because he was awakened by Mirai, Chizuru expected not fair treatment but special treatment. After he finished his work, he came to Chizuru as soon as possible. As a result, he accidentally forgot that today was different from the past. Mirai leaned on his arms and the two of them browsed YouTube for the whole morning. If he had known that everyone would be happy tonight and they could hug each other, he should have gone home first and changed clothes before coming. You, go back first, I'll go and coax her. Realizing that he had made such a fatal mistake, Igarashi Runa wanted to teach him a lesson, but gave up when the words came to his lips and looked at him with complicated eyes. Why don't I coax her? Facing her tired eyes, Kurosawa Hikaru thought about it and said. He felt that at this time, going home obediently was not a good decision. She is angry, very scary, you go home first, I will find a way to help you solve it. Igarashi Runa shook her head and said. Then ask her for me if she will go to shoot tomorrow. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded helplessly. Although his previous soft and hard coaxing and coquetry were very useful to Chizuru, but that was not the time when he was angry. I'll send you a message later, remember to lock the door. Igarashi Runa nodded, and then stood up and went to the bedroom. Kurosawa, why are you so careless, and make such a low-level mistake? Watching her walk into the bedroom, Kurosawa Hikaru turned around and walked out, very annoyed at such an ending. After leaving Ninomiya Chizuru's apartment, Kurosawa Hikaru chose to take the train home because it was still early. Along the way, Kurosawa Hikaru held his mobile phone and waited for the message, and he also saw the message column of Miki Shiraha. The last message was very dazzling and heartbreaking. After looking at it for a long time, Kurosawa Hikaru raised his finger, clicked into Miki Shiraha's chat page, and then started typing. After hesitating for a long time, he considered for a long time, deleted and revised and deleted, and finally decided on the content and clicked send. I'm sorry, I was crazy yesterday and sent you such a message. I have to sleep well tonight. As the message was sent, Kurosawa Hikaru slumped on the back of the chair, looked up at the ceiling of the tram, and muttered to himself a little weakly. In 10 days, he made more mistakes than in his 20 years of life. He lost his calmness and made many mistakes. He thought he was calm and handled everything correctly, but the reality was not like that. He was worried about the 3 girlfriends and had to do all kinds of things. He was not able to be calm and confident in facing all kinds of situations. Especially the matter of Miki Bayu. When he came to his senses, he found that he was too arrogant. He wanted to make Miki Bayu give up, and sent a ruthless and cruel message that was completely inconsistent with his character. His thoughts at the time were very complicated. On the one hand, he was afraid that he would like her, and on the other hand, he thought it would be better to give up himself for Miki Bayu. But in fact, whether Miki Bayu likes him or hates him is her personal right. He didn't dare to ask for Miki's forgiveness, but just wanted to do something within his power, such as letting her sleep well tonight. Soon, his mobile phone vibrated several times, and there was movement. After noticing this, Kurosawa Hikaru quickly picked up the phone to see the letter. However, the person who sent him the message was not Miss Runa, but someone else. Miki Bayu, I'm sorry. This was the first time since the Kyoto tournament that she had read a reply. However, this incident did not make Kurosawa Hikaru feel happy, but instead made him feel guilty. Why are you saying sorry to me? I am the one who should apologize. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't understand when he saw such information. He would rather see Miki Bayu send him I hate you. Get out. I don't want to see you again. There are 100 angry words like this, but he doesn't want to see such an apology. Why did I say such cruel words to her? Recalling all the things that happened when they met before, Kurosawa Hikaru felt very sorry when he thought of her soft character. He grabbed his hair and held his face in shame, feeling like he was beating his chest in annoyance. After the schoolgirl found out that he had a girlfriend, she obviously kept a distance from him consciously. She didn't even dare to send him messages. She just silently liked him secretly in a place not far or near. Such a well-behaved and sensible little angel, why does he have to hurt others? After feeling annoyed and self-blaming for a while, the phone vibrated a few more times, and it was still a message from Line. Igarashi Runa, she will go to shoot tomorrow, and I will pick you up then. Kurosawa Hikaru, okay, thank you. Igarashi Runa, be more careful next time. Kurosawa Hikaru, I understand, there will never be a next time. In view of the lessons learned this time, he will never make the same mistake in the future. Igarashi Runa, I'm sending you a message in the bathroom now on the pretext of taking a shower. I'm going to take a shower first. I want to sleep with her tonight. Good night. Kurosawa Hikaru, what a great kindness, I will never forget it. Good night. The chat continues here and ends. Pop. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly raised his hands and patted his face hard. The force was great, and the clapping sound was even louder, attracting the attention of many passengers in the tram. Kurosawa, you have to wake up. After patting his face, Kurosawa took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and warned himself. It is true that women will affect his judgment. But after all, he is a playboy, a man with 3 girlfriends, and he must be self-conscious and cultivated. Not long after, he returned home. As usual, he read the messages sent by Xiaoyuki throughout the day. After reading it carefully, Kurosawa Hikaru sent her an application for a video call. Brother Guang, good evening. The video connection was quickly connected, and Yuki Ichino's face appeared on the phone with a bright smile. Good evening, Yuki-chan. Seeing her healing smile, Kurosawa Hikaru also smiled and said hello to her. Immediately afterwards, they chatted about their daily life. Xiaoyuki would always take the initiative to find topics and share the interesting things he encountered during the day. Speaking of which, I have something to do tomorrow. After chatting with her for an hour, as the time was getting late, Kurosawa Hikaru realized that it was time to sleep and said, okay, then I'll go out to play with Lan tomorrow. After learning about this, Ichino's Yuki nodded obediently. Don't you want to ask me what I'm going to do? Seeing that she agreed without thinking, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but ask. No matter what you do, you don't have time to accompany me, and you don't plan to take me there. Not mentioning which pot to open, Ichino's Yuki looked at him with some resentment. Sorry, can I stay with you later? Kurosawa Hikaru thought about it, and seeing that she was a little unhappy, he also coaxed. Okay. After receiving this promise, Ichino's Yuki was immediately happy. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. You should go to bed early too. Good night. Seeing that she was still so easy to coax, Kurosawa smiled fondly and said, good night. Yuki Ichino's realized that the chat was coming to an end and waved goodbye to him. After finishing the chat, Kurosawa Hikaru used line and text messages on his mobile phone to send good night to Chizuru and Mirai respectively. He sat on the sofa and thought carefully. After confirming that he had done everything he should do today, he stretched. Ran to take a shower. The 4th update is delivered. It's been a long time since I've added an update. A chapter of 12,000 words is equivalent to 4 updates. And thanks again to the leader of Bookworm Way. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 371. After taking a shower, Kurosawa Hikaru was a little excited when he thought about tomorrow's shooting. Although there were some minor problems in the end, Chizuru was still willing to shoot the MV, which meant that things were going well. Lying on the bed, Kurosawa Hikaru fell asleep and had a very long dream. This dream had nothing to do with any girlfriend, but came from the distant past. Kurosawa, let's go to the park together. Let's go swing. In the 1st grade of elementary school, in Shizuoka Prefecture, in front of a single-family house, 5 very young children gathered together and shouted loudly. "You go play, I still have to study." The window on the second floor was opened, and Kurosawa Hikaru looked at the group of children whose facial features could not be seen clearly below, shook his head, and closed the doors and windows. Why can't I see their appearance clearly? Because he has no impression of these classmates. It's just that such special events are recorded in the depths of his memory. Hey! Let's go together. As the doors and windows closed, the voice of disappointment was very loud. "Guang, Nanami is here with others to play with you, why don't you go play together?" Before Kurosawa Hikaru sat back at the desk, the door of the room was opened and a woman said with a smile, "No need." Faced with his mother's joy, Kurosawa Hikaru just looked up at her, then sat down again and picked up his book. Okay. He had forgotten what his mother's expression was at that time, and only remembered the helpless compromise. In the second year of junior high school, as the school bell rang, several boys whose faces could not be seen gathered at a desk. "Kurosawa, do you have any plans? Let's go to karaoke together? There are many girls going too. And Nanami. You guys go, I have something to do." Surrounded in the middle, Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head at the invitation and just packed up his textbooks in a noisy manner. "What do you mean you have something to do? Are you going to the library?" Hearing this, a boy suddenly reached out and pressed down his book, preventing him from putting it back in his school bag. "Today is Valentine's Day. Nanami sent you chocolate today, right? She's so proactive, can't you respond? Where is Nanami?" Kurosawa Hikaru just asked in the face of their entanglement. In response to this question, everyone turned around and looked in one direction of the classroom. A few desks away, behind a table near the door of the classroom, there was a girl with long reddish-brown hair. Following his gaze, the girl lowered her head, very shy. "I don't like chocolate, thank you for your kindness." After finding the real owner, Kurosawa Hikaru took out the only chocolate in the desk and put it on her desk. "How could you do this?" Seeing this scene, the boys immediately became anxious. I responded. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't know why they were anxious, but just treated them coldly. After handling this matter, he returned to his seat, put away the books and put them back in his school bag, and left the classroom. Things like this happened not just once, but many times, but he chose to refuse. He forgot what the girl looked like and what her name was. He only vaguely remembered her surname and her reddish-brown hair color. Because of this surname, she has been active in his campus life since elementary school, and even when he was admitted to the University of Tokyo and went to Tokyo, she was extremely active. At Shizuoka Station, on the platform of the Shinkansen, Kurosawa Hikaru was getting on the train with a suitcase. "Kurosawa-san, you said that love in school is just a momentary impulse, and love is only true if it is based on marriage. 4 years later, when you graduate from college, I will wait for you here, and I will prove to you that I am not impulsive, I am real." The girl named Nanami came again, pressing her chest with one hand, very excited, as if she had mustered up countless courage. Beside her, there are several girls, all of whom are her friends. If you enjoy the feeling of doing this, you can do whatever you want, but you waiting for me does not mean that I am waiting for you. For such a confession and promise, Kurosawa Hikaru glanced at her, threw a word, and walked into the Shinkansen. He completely left his youth and childhood behind, completely immersed in the sense of accomplishment that every day was better than the day before, and kept moving forward on the road of pursuing his dreams and ideals. You get what you sow, and every effort he made will surely bear fruit. If he lives again, he will never repeat the same mistakes. He will only get better and better, and if you can't keep up with him, you will be left behind by him. After a long dream, the morning sun shines through the gap in the curtains and illuminates the room. I was so ruthless before. Kurosawa Hikaru opened his eyes and sat up. The afterglow of the dream made him a little dazed. He was completely immersed in his own growth and becoming stronger, and never cared about the feelings of others. Voila la. In front of the bathroom sink, the sound of the faucet was gurgling. He used both hands to fill the water and splashed it on his face. The cool cold water made him completely sober. Taking a clean towel and wiping off the remaining water stains on his face, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at the mirror in front of him. The man in the mirror had handsome features and upright outlines, his hair was a bit messy, he had a smile on his face, and his dark eyes were calm and gentle. It was obviously his appearance, but he felt an indescribable strangeness. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he hadn't had a chance to look at himself in the mirror for a long time. He now lives a very happy life, with 3 girlfriends who have their own merits and different personalities, and their relationship is developing smoothly. In addition, his career is developing smoothly. Piano, archery, and photography all have extremely bright futures. The changes are really quite big. Realizing this, Kurosawa Hikaru pinched his face with his hands and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he was cold and ruthless, with clear and self-aware pursuits. He was completely focused on pursuing his career and becoming stronger. He knew that life would be accompanied by regrets and faced them calmly. Now, he has changed a lot. He is no longer alone, but has someone always by his side. He may have many worries, but he is more happy. After washing up, Kurosawa returned to the bedroom and picked up his cell phone. Igarashi Runa's message, "Are you awake? Woke up? Did you just wake up? Right. We went to pick you up, and I made you breakfast. Okay, let me pack my things." After deciding on the matter, Kurosawa Hikaru put down his phone and took action. MV shooting can be very workload intensive. For example, a whole team is required and many people are busy working. However, depending on the shooting content, it is not necessarily necessary to have so many people accompanying you. What's more, he has proficient photography. For him alone, a SLR camera is enough. Not long after, Kurosawa put the big bag in the trunk, opened the car door, and got into the back seat. "Good morning." Igarashi Runa waited until he got in the car and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." Ninomiya Chizuru, who was sitting in the back seat, greeted him when he sat down. "Are you hungry? Let's have some breakfast." Igarashi Runa picked up a bento from the empty seat of the passenger seat and handed it to him. "Thank you." Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but glance at Ninomiya Chizuru next to him, and took it. Opening the lunchbox, the breakfast inside is quite rich, including rice, egg rolls, fried meat and sari. "Are we going to Asira Valley?" At this moment, Igarashi Runa asked. "That's right." Kurosawa Hikaru nodded. Although he could go to other rivers, after much thought, Asira Valley was the most suitable. After deciding on the destination, the car officially set off. "I'm going to buy some bottles of water." Before getting on the highway, Igarashi Runa parked the car in front of a convenience store and said, "I'll go buy it." Ninomiya Chizuru heard this and said. After saying that, without waiting for any objection, she opened the car door and took action. "Kurosawa, help." Seeing Chizuru get out of the car to buy water, Igarashi Runa turned back and looked at Kurosawa, who was having breakfast. "What's wrong?" Kurosawa Hikaru looked up at her and found that she looked troubled and a little confused. "Chizuru is a little weird today." "What's weird?" "I originally wanted her to give it to you for that bento just now, but she insisted on asking me to give it to you. She also said that you were so kind, so you should give it to yourself." I have to say that she felt really uncomfortable, being caught between the two of them. Isn't this weird? Isn't it normal? Kurosawa Hikaru didn't quite understand her thoughts. Because. Igarashi Runa saw that he didn't understand and wanted to explain, but because she knows that I like you. This sentence cannot be said. No matter what, she was really tortured. The feeling of being a light bulb was uncomfortable. Last night she and Kinzuru slept together, and they had some interesting conversations, such as, "I know he didn't mean it, it was probably accidental, Runa, didn't you hate playboys before? Why are you so partial to him? You talk to him like this, do you still like him? Do you want to be with him? Don't be afraid. We are good sisters. If you have anything to say, just say it." Facing such a question, she was not afraid of such a simple matter, but rather terrified, unable to see through Chizuru's thoughts at all. What's more, not only that, but something special happened this morning. Anyway, find a way to let me go. After Igarashi Runa hesitated, he gritted his teeth and said without further explanation. "Even if you say so, the 3 conditions she mentioned yesterday include taking you with her to the filming." Seeing her unspeakable expression of suffering, Kurosawa Hikaru had a repaying nature and naturally wanted to help her, but he was powerless in this matter. Although he couldn't understand what Chizuru's thoughts were, including the 3 conditions, including taking Miss Runa with him. But what is certain is that she was able to think clearly because of many considerations. Igarashi Runa naturally knew his difficulties, but she also had her own difficulties and could only look at him resentfully. "Why are you so resistant to going together? Wasn't it great when we went to the amusement park together?" When Kurosawa Hikaru saw her resentful and helpless look, he immediately became curious. "So be it." After thinking about it, Igarashi Runa did not express her inner worries and feelings, but sat down again. Is it weird? Although she didn't explain everything clearly, Kurosawa Hikaru was aware of it. Not long after, Ninomiya Chizuru walked out of the convenience store door, holding a bag in her hand. Today, she is wearing a coat, with a graceful and tall figure, elegant makeup, and outstanding temperament. Ninomiya Chizuru walked back from the front of the car, glanced at the driver's seat, then came to the back seat and sat next to Kurosawa Hikaru. "Kurosawa, drink some water." Putting down the bag, Ninomiya Chizuru took out a bottle of water. Her slender and beautiful hands with distinct knuckles unscrewed the bottle cap and presented it to Kurosawa Hikaru. "Okay, thank you, Sister Kinhe." Kurosawa Hikaru saw her helping to unscrew the bottle cap and wanted to take it over. However, facing his outstretched hand, Ninomiya Chizuru did not give him the water. Instead, she held the water bottle, gently explored it, and brought it to Kurosawa Hikaru's mouth. This action is entirely to feed him water. Is she still sulking about what happened last night? Want to choke me? Realizing this, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look at her in shock, but he still cooperated and pointed his mouth at the mouth of the bottle. "Drink slowly." Chizuru Ninomiya raised her hand with very subtle movements, letting the mineral water enter his mouth little by little. The other palm was placed on Kurosawa's chin, as if to prevent the water from getting his clothes wet. The expected revenge did not happen, everything was business as usual. Tasty. After he drank the water, Ninomiya Chizuru screwed the cap of the mineral water bottle back on and asked. "It's delicious, thank you." Seeing the scene and noticing the details just now, Kurosawa Hikaru felt flattered. At this moment, he also realized that Chizuru was indeed a bit strange today. How could it have been the previous Chizuru who could have fed him water, let alone helped him unscrew the bottle cap? Normally, shouldn't this kind of thing be done by boys? Regardless of gender, it is also something that the person taking the initiative to take care of does. It doesn't seem weird, she prefers taking care of people than being taken care of. Is it because you have thought clearly about reconciliation? After thinking about it, Kurosawa Hikaru felt that it was reasonable. He couldn't help but glance at Ninomiya Chizuru beside him and said secretly. As a sister girlfriend, she likes this way of getting along, which is actually quite normal. Runa, let's go on a date together. After settling the matter, Ninomiya Chizuru said. Hearing this, Igarashi Runa, who saw all this through the rearview mirror, reversed the car silently and officially set off. The journey was long, so Kurosawa Hikaru lowered his head and continued to eat lunch to fill his stomach. Runa, are you on the highway now? Along the way, Ninomiya Chizuru also asked about the progress of the journey. It's on. Igarashi Runa affirmed. Click. Not long after, Kurosawa Hikari was full and closed the lunch box. Are you full? Finally, when he finished eating, Ninomiya Chizuru took a handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of his mouth a few times. I am full. Kurosawa Hikaru smiled at her gentleness and consideration. Once you get it, make peace with it. Although she doesn't get used to it, women behave differently in love. Obviously, Chizuru is the kind of person who likes to take care of others after falling in love. How's it going? Runa's cooking skills are good, right? Ninomiya Chizuru asked after wiping his mouth. It's delicious, as you can see, I finished it all. Kurosawa nodded. I have always liked Runa's cooking. I feel like I will never get tired of eating it. What do you think? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly, picked up the previous bottle of water, and handed it to Kurosawa Hikaru's mouth. The beautiful eyes behind the rimless glasses were smiling. As soon as these words came out, the air in the car seemed to become a little stiffer. Faced with these words, Kurosawa Hikaru didn't know what to say, and when he met her eyes, he was a little frightened. Why did her words sound so like a proposition? How would he answer this? Why don't you say anything? Do you think Runa's cooking skills are not as good as yours? They are not as good as your cooking skills. Seeing that he remained silent, Ninomiya Chizuru gently pushed his arm with her hand. Food has nothing to do with good or bad. Kurosawa Hikaru knew that this question could not be answered directly, so he said. What's the point? Can we solve the problem of hunger and fullness? Kurosawa Hikaru felt that his answer was impeccable. Runa got up early in the morning to make breakfast for you. Is this the only way you feel? Ninomiya Chizuru was not satisfied with this statement and asked again. I made breakfast for myself, and I made it for you by the way. Hearing this, Igarashi Runa, who was driving, suddenly couldn't sit still and clarified. Kurosawa, don't get me wrong. Even though she said that, she actually did it just for you. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this excuse, she also spoke for her. I won't do it next time. Igarashi Runa was driving seriously and couldn't see the expressions of the two people in the back seat, but when she heard the conversation in the back seat, she felt something was wrong, so she simply said. No, didn't Kurosawa just say that your food is delicious? Ninomiya Chizuru saw that she was a bit vindictive and immediately comforted her. Sister Kinhe, if you have something to say, why don't you say it clearly? Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru took over the conversation and asked. He didn't feel anything before, but at this moment, he had a strong sense of déjà vu. If you taste it carefully, this situation and this conversation look like Ninomiya Chizuru is helping Igarashi Runa chase him, just like Miss Runa is helping him chase Ninomiya Chizuru. In this situation, it's like the roles' identities and positions have been swapped. This sudden question made Ninomiya Chizuru turn around and look at him. Are you still angry? Seeing her astonishment, Kurosawa Hikaru asked calmly. I'm not angry. Ninomiya Chizuru shook her head and denied. Are you really going to make peace with me? Kurosawa Hikaru asked again. No wonder Miss Runa shouted for help just now. I'm afraid Miss Runa is also aware of this. Real? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded and affirmed. Then why did you do that? Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't guess what she was thinking. If that was the case, he would just ask directly. Anyway, he was right in front of him. What did I do? Ninomiya Chizuru asked in response to this statement. Everything you say and do seems to be bringing me and Miss Runa together, trying to help us get together. Kurosawa Hikaru chose to speak out loud. Today's filming trip has just begun. If the emotional problems are not resolved, the work will not be carried out. It is clear. As soon as these words came out, Ninomiya Chihi was stunned for a moment and then asked. Obviously, what do you want to do? Want to push me to someone else? Kurosawa nodded, his tone a little dissatisfied. I didn't want to push you to others. Ninomiya Chizuru shook her head. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly and I will give you the answer. Realizing that she didn't want to do this, Kurosawa Hikaru really couldn't figure out what she was thinking and simply said. Do you think Runa is beautiful? Seeing his serious expression, Ninomiya Chizuru glanced at the front seat, then leaned forward, put her face close to Kurosawa Hikaru's ear, and whispered in a whisper. Very beautiful. Kurosawa answered this question very frankly. Is Ms. Runa pretty? She is very beautiful, a very rare beauty with short hair and temperament. Then do you want to be with her? After receiving this response, Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly and asked again. In no mood. To this question, Kurosawa Hikaru gave the answer without even thinking. Why? Ninomiya Chizuru felt incredible when she saw his firm reply. I want to ask you why. Kurosawa looked down at her. Tell me why first. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at him without dodge. Because I like you. But you also like other people, and you are very playful. I am indeed very carefree and not dedicated enough in my relationship, but this does not mean that I will love each other. I am very serious about my relationship and want to be responsible for you to the end, otherwise I would not let you meet that day. Kurosawa Hikaru is very clear about the reason. Maybe he is a playboy, but he is not a scumbag who always gives up. He does not cheat for money or sex, and he has a sense of responsibility. Aren't you going to find a fourth one? Ninomiya Chizuru raised her eyes and looked at him. Not going to. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded. If he was still planning to find a fourth one, he would not have rejected Miki Shiryu before. What if I want you to find a fourth one? Ninomiya Chizuru was face to face with him, very close, and the breath brought by her words blew onto Kurosawa Hikaru's face. In response to this question, Kurosawa Hikaru was silent, looking at her, not sure whether she was testing it or sincerely speaking. Kurosawa, do you remember the 3 conditions I made last night? Seeing his hesitation and confusion, Ninomiya Chizuru raised her hands and held Kurosawa Hikaru's face. Remember? Although Kurosawa was a little uncomfortable with his face being hugged suddenly, he still nodded. What's the first condition? Ninomiya Chizuru's sexy lips, which were painted with lipstick and were as red as peach blossoms, moved slightly. Take Miss Runa with you to shoot the MV. Kurosawa Hikaru kept these conditions in mind without having to think about them. Wrong. In response to this statement, Ninomiya Chi shook her head and denied it. What's wrong? Kurosawa Hikaru is very confident in his memory. I'm not talking about shooting together, but I'm talking about taking Runa with me. Immediately afterwards, Ninomiya Chizuru reiterated the first condition. Is that what you mean? Hearing this, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but feel shocked. That's what I mean. Anyway, you are so carefree. In that case, just bring Runa with you, the 3 of us will be together. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes behind the rimless glasses were throbbing and her expression was solemn. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 372. No. Kurosawa Hikaru was stunned and couldn't change his mind. He was very stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Although he really likes Chizuru's cold on the outside and hot on the inside personality, Her contrasting behaviors from time to time make his heart flutter and he likes her very much. But isn't this contrast too great? This is not exciting, but frightening. Could this be another hole she dug deliberately? After thinking about it, Kurosawa Hikaru felt that something was wrong and unreasonable. He couldn't help but think of last night and was secretly frightened. Last night, Chizuru dug several big holes for Miss Runa, waiting for people to jump into them. Although it happened one night ago, they denied it, and it had absolutely nothing to do with it, but they had a clear conscience, and the key was that he believed it. You don't want to regret it, do you? Faced with his suspicion, Ninomiya Chizuru, who was holding his head, asked closely. Her voice was very soft, like a whisper between lovers, but her eyes were very serious, and her movements of holding her head were also very serious. No matter what kind of relationship it is, the most taboo thing is testing, because it is distrust. Kurosawa Hikaru looked at her, and instead of confronting her, he reminded her. I'm not testing you, I trust you. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly, obviously understanding this truth. It's not like what you are behaving now. Kurosawa Hikaru lowered his eyes and looked at her hand holding his face. This action seemed to prevent him from escaping and he must speak clearly to her. What's more, when she thought about it carefully, she just asked Ms. Runa if she was on the highway. It was also very scary to think about. Now this car has become a secret room, like a forced face-to-face arena from which no one can escape. I believe you are very carefree and serious about relationships, and don't want to find a fourth one, but can you set a precedent for me? Ninomiya Chizuru tilted her head slightly, her forehead touching. Here it comes, the fatal multiple-choice question. As soon as he said this, Kurosawa squinted his eyes and felt alert. This kind of problem is really difficult to solve. It's like your girlfriend asking you if you would give her best friend artificial respiration if she fell into the water and drowned. In fact, the problem he is facing now is even more difficult than this. I can set a precedent for you, but not this. Kurosawa Hikaru's voice was very soft because Ms. Runa was still driving in the front seat. If she heard such a topic, it might disturb her mind and affect driving safety. No matter what the answer is, you must first have a correct attitude. Why can't it be this? Runa-san is a person, not something we decide to stay and end up with. What worries you is that if you agree, she may not agree. Are you worried that she won't like you? Hikaru Kurosawa found that her questions were sharp and left people with nowhere to hide. Why do you want her to be my fourth girlfriend? Since it is impossible to defend, then use offense as defense. Kurosawa simply changed his position and asked. To be honest, he really couldn't understand what Chizuru was really thinking. There are many reasons Ninomiya Chizuru saw that he could not give an answer. Her beautiful eyes were determined, and then she said. We have a lot of time. Kurosawa didn't mind. I don't know if you have ever had such worries, that is, you are afraid that your good friends may leave your side. No. I was worried that she would get married one day, but she would marry far away, so that we would rarely have the chance to meet in the future. I was also worried that she would meet someone unkind and meet a bad man. Have you thought clearly about accepting the fact that I am a playboy just because of her? When Kurosawa Hikaru heard this reason, he felt enlightened. If you think about it carefully, this statement makes sense. The person Chizuru requested was her best friend Runa Igarashi. These two people, who have been friends for more than 20 years since childhood, can be said to be like sisters. It has a lot to do with her, but the most important thing is that I figured it out. What? No matter how hard you knock on other people's hearts, people will never change. So I can only change myself. If I want to change the world, that is not what I want, this is the only way. Ninomiya Chizuru stared at his handsome face with calm eyes. The weak only complain, the strong know how to change. Since she can't change Kurosawa's nature, she can accept it calmly. In fact, when she found out that Kurosawa was a playboy, she felt like the sky was falling. For half a month, she has not thought about tea or food. Whenever in the dead of night, a person is lying on the bed holding a mobile phone, looking at the chat history between two people, and looking at the commemorative painting on the bedroom wall, he will feel heartbroken. Perhaps, that is the feeling of being broken up, and the sky is falling. But now, she has awakened, from collapse to rebirth. Realizing the awareness behind her words, Kurosawa became silent. At this moment, he felt that Kins was really not testing him. He will find Kinzuru's words and deeds strange. The fundamental reason is that he did not realize Kinzuru's true nature and underestimated her power. Chizuru will not be bound by the environment, she will always adapt to the environment and find her own place. Kizuru once fought against her parents. She didn't want to be a banker, and she didn't want to follow her parents' life arrangements. She couldn't pursue her dreams and do what she liked. In this situation, she chose to work hard and become a teacher at the University of Tokyo. Maybe being a teacher at the University of Tokyo was not what she wanted, but that was not the worst. There was an obvious benefit, which was to get out of her parents' control. Kinzuru once fought similarly to be with him. She could have gone with the flow, waited for time to pass naturally, waited for 2.5 years, waited until he graduated from college, and then be with him legitimately. But this was the worst situation for her, so she resolutely sought a breakthrough, quit her job as a teacher at the University of Tokyo, and chose to join the bank. Even though being a banker was her least favorite job, there was one advantage. Even if their relationship was exposed, they would not be condemned by the morality of teacher-student love. Now, Kinzuru chose to fight again, just like before. Chizuru chose to change her actions, and what she pursued was to be with him and her best friend at the same time. In this way, she got the greatest benefit, being with him and her best friend. Maybe she had more ideas and more considerations, but the most direct benefit at the moment was this. You're right. Kurosawa Hikaru pondered for a long time and spoke. It is very unrealistic and inappropriate to want to change others. Just like he tried to unilaterally extinguish Mikibayu's love before, maybe he succeeded, but he also hurt this junior girl thoroughly. Not wanting to hurt the other party, but wanting to change the status quo and change yourself is the best way. You agree? Hearing his approval, Ninomiya Chizuru thought he had made a decision. This matter is really not something I can decide, nor can I agree to it. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head and glanced at the front seat. Why? Is Runa not beautiful enough for you? Ninomiya Chizuru really couldn't understand. That doesn't make sense. Ryuna is a very outstanding beauty, whether in terms of appearance, figure, temperament, or even personality. She is very beautiful, but it has nothing to do with this. I have already said that Miss Ryuna is a person, not a thing. I can't arrogantly think that as long as I nod, she will be with me. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Although the temptation was in front of him, he still kept his reason. No matter how much Chizuru said, he would never agree to this. Are you really worried that she doesn't like you? Ninomiya Chizuru saw that he was hesitant and simply asked. Two people being together is not something that can be achieved just because you like me and I like you. It also depends on fate, experience, and many things. Kurosawa Hikaru did not nod or shake his head, but just said. Indeed. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded thoughtfully. Not to mention lovers, even friends may not be able to achieve it due to time, situation, position, identity, and relationship. This is like two good friends who can talk about anything. After a breakup, both sides are unwilling to bow their heads because of face, and finally they are separated by the world and become strangers who will never see each other again. Friends are like this, and lovers are even more so. I can't promise you right away, but I will consider it. Give me some time. Kurosawa Hikaru saw that she was very smart and good at understanding others, so he nodded slightly and said. After experiencing the Shura field before, he has made up his mind not to find a fourth one. Treat Ichinosuke, Ninomiya Chizuru and Shifunji Mirai well and be responsible for them. As a result, the development of the situation exceeded his expectations. One day, is it enough? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded, loosened the hand that had been holding his face, and raised her slender index finger. Are you so anxious? Kurosawa Hikaru looked sideways. There is a long way to go. For such an important matter, it is not too much to give him 10 days or half a month. The reason why people worry about gains and losses is because one thing cannot be determined. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly. Kurosawa Hikaru wanted to refute, but he had no idea where to start. He had a feeling that if he said he wanted more time and didn't need to be so anxious, Chizuru would say there was no time to lose. Smart people talk a lot, but they are quite reasonable, completely different from the dumb little Yuki. I won't tell her. I hope you let her become your fourth girlfriend, and you don't tell her either. Ninomiya Chizuru saw him silent and said again. She is very sensible as a best friend. She knows that I am your boyfriend and has always kept a distance from me. Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but look at her after hearing this, and suddenly he couldn't understand her thoughts. Could Chizuru want to trick her best friend? I hope you agree, because I want you to give her a chance and take the initiative with her. What choice to make depends on her personal wishes. I really hope she agrees. Instead of letting her marry another man, it's better to be with you. Ninomiya Chizuru didn't understand this, and slightly tilted her head to look at the front seat, and said softly. You're right, I mean the first half of the sentence. That's what I was struggling with just now. As soon as these words came out, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but nod. As soon as he said the words, he felt something was wrong and added. Even if he agrees, whether Ms. Runa will be with him still depends on her choice. Actually, I'm not sure whether she likes you or not. She just said that she has some thoughts about you, but she didn't say that she likes you. But I think she is very good to you, so good that I feel a little unbalanced. Ninomiya Chizuru didn't pay attention to what he said and just looked at the front seat secretly. No, I'll tell you the truth. There really is no relationship between me and her. It was the first time I posted a video. She was so happy and kissed me a few times. Since then, she and I have been keep your distance consciously. Kurosawa Hikaru was aware of this statement and also said. He knew that Ms. Runa had thoughts about him. After all, she could trigger the dating mission, but the judgment of the mission was mutual affection, not liking. Compared to Miki-senpai's self-strategy, from a favorable impression to a super liking that can trigger achievements, although Miss Runa is very good to him, she has always been just right, and it has never been awkward to get along with him. Isn't she good enough for you? You have to know that she hates playboys the most, because many male celebrities and big bosses in the entertainment industry are half-hearted. As a result, she is so partial to you. She knows you are a playboy, but he has always brought us together and always said good things to you when I was angry and sad. Finding that he had no consciousness, Ninomiya Chizuru rolled her eyes at him, which was very interesting. Mua. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly kissed her on the face. What are you doing? The sudden kiss made Ninomiya Chizuru stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Her eyes are particularly beautiful. Even when she is angry, she still gives people a charming, sexy, and sultry feeling. Because Chizuru-san looks so cute when she's jealous, I couldn't help it. Kurosawa Hikaru could feel that she was not angry, but was a little embarrassed by the sudden kiss, so he smiled. No kissing. We haven't reconciled until you fulfill the 3 conditions. Ninomiya Chizuru saw his smile and felt ashamed when she heard such words. She ruffled her hair with her hand and warned. No. Noticing her subconscious movements, Kurosawa Hikaru opened his arms to hold her in his arms and rocked her body. "No hugs allowed, let me go. I won't let go." After confirming that Chizuru was not deliberately digging holes and testing, but had really thought clearly, Kurosawa Hikaru was not polite and wanted to make up for all the missed moments of not being able to hold or kiss him during this period. After whispering, the two people started to fight, which made the atmosphere in the car lively. "What's the situation?" Igarashi Runa, who was driving, was shocked when he saw the two people in the back seat through the rearview mirror. When she saw Chizuru holding Kurosawa Hikaru's head with both hands, she was worried that the situation would get out of control, and her heart skipped a beat. "You know, Chizuru going berserk is very scary. It's the kind of terror that makes people feel that their lives are in danger. She has experienced it personally." As a result, the expected quarrel did not happen. After the young couple whispered, it suddenly turned into a frolic with a strong sour taste of love. "Is Kurosawa so powerful?" Chizuru went berserk, and yet he could coax her back to good health. "What on earth did he say?" Igarashi Runa was very confused and curious about their whisper just now. Unable to break away for more than 10 minutes, Ninomiya Chizuru finally resigned to her fate. "I am the heroine of a music video, what will I do soon?" Leaning in Kurosawa Hikaru's arms, Ninomiya Chizuru asked. "Just like the previous sketching, just think of yourself as a model, but this time you can move as you like." Because of Kurosawa's photography skills, he may have never taken a picture before, but he has a concept in this aspect. "Do you want to say your lines?" "No, you just need to be a beauty quietly." "Want to dance?" "Can you dance?" "No, my parents don't let me study, they think it's pointless." Piano music is different from those MVs of pop songs. It doesn't require dancing, singing, or lyrics. "We only have one day to play by the river. I will film it all and edit it later." "Is it that simple?" Ninomiya Chizuru was a little surprised. The difficulty of making a MV depends on the demand. The most difficult part of this MV is the model. The heroine of the MV must be beautiful enough to satisfy most people's approval. Kurosawa Hikaru was not surprised by this and smiled. There are three elements in portrait photography: the model must be beautiful, the model must be beautiful, and the model must be beautiful. With Chizuru's good looks, it's definitely a natural fit to be the heroine of the MV and play the role of Adelina by the water. "Chizuru, you just need to act beautiful. Although you are very beautiful, you still have to do some more feminine and beautiful movements at this moment," Igarashi Runa also said. It was a quick drive this time, probably the same distance, but took less time. Unlike Kurosawa, who was on the highway for the first time and was driving someone else's car, he didn't dare to drive above the speed limit to avoid violating traffic regulations. Because it was his own car, Runa had no fear at all. He would speed if he should, as long as he didn't get caught by the camera. "Why didn't you feel faster this time?" As they got off the highway, Kurosawa Hikaru noticed the time and asked. "Because I'm sitting in the back seat." Ninomiya Chizuru saw that he was a little concerned and explained. "Sitting in the front seat, you will obviously feel the speed increasing because the road is clearly visible. But in the back seat, the feeling is not so intuitive." Not long after, they arrived at the parking lot outside Asira Valley and parked their cars. "Here we go again." As he got off the car, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at the familiar scenery and couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of revisiting the old place is really emotional, especially during this period. "I have experienced so many things and experienced emotional ups and downs, but in the end I came to this place again with Kinzuru. Why don't you go help?" "Runa knows that there is a picnic today and she got up early in the morning to make lunch for you." Ninomiya Chizuru was also filled with emotion and said when she saw Runa walking towards the trunk, "It's made for us. Don't I want to eat it?" Igarashi Runa, who had just opened the trunk, found that she was still like this and was immediately speechless. Although she was defending, Kurosawa Hikaru reacted and walked over to help. Although in Neon, there is no saying that men have to carry things like bags and luggage. Girls are usually more self-reliant. However, Kurosawa Hikaru is not a Neon man through and through. When encountering a tough situation, he will take action when necessary. Let me carry it all. After walking around the side of the car and arriving at the rear, Kurosawa Hikaru said. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Need not. I saw Igarashi Runa bent over, taking luggage from the trunk. She was dressed as sexy and fashionable as ever, and her clothes were particularly good. She wore an embroidered waistless t-shirt on her upper body, high-waisted hot pants on her lower body, and a pair of brown-gray sneakers. As she bent over, her slender and soft waist, ass as mature and smooth as a peach, fleshy thighs, slender and straight legs, and her graceful and hot body curves were displayed incisively and vividly. Under the summer sun, the smooth and delicate white skin on her lower back looks very pink, making people have the urge to hold her small waist. Igarashi Runa's short hair gives people a clean and neat look, but her exquisite facial features are the natural feminine beauty of women. The combination of the two is very bright and moving. Originally, Kurosawa Hikaru tried his best to avoid her beautiful and sexy side because he was his girlfriend's best friend and had to keep a distance. The fourth one. But Kurosawa Hikaru thought of the conversation in the car just now, and his eyes couldn't help but be attracted by Igarashi Runa's sexy and hot figure. His heart was extremely shaken and he was ready to make a move. Originally, Miss Runa, as his girlfriend's best friend, was a taboo that he could never touch, a flower of high mountains that could only be viewed from a distance, but now, the shackles of the taboo were loosened. Does it look good? At this moment, a word suddenly rang in his ears. When Kurosawa Hikaru heard this, he subconsciously looked sideways and saw Chizuru Ninomiya walking up to him at some unknown moment, standing on tiptoes slightly and whispering in his ear. The beauty wearing rimless glasses, there is a smile in his eyes. She is tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful, wearing a simple solid-color dress. However, her noble and intellectual temperament, wisdom, and heart, are already indescribably beautiful without any movement. What's wrong? At the same time, Igarashi Runa took out the picnic lunch box, along with Kurosawa Hikaru's large luggage bag containing a lot of photographic equipment. When he turned around and found two people standing next to him, he felt puzzled. Fine. Facing her confusion, Kurosawa shook his head. Fine. Ninomiya Chizuru smiled slightly. Don't be like this, just say what you have to say. Igarashi Runa found that Chizuru was inexplicably happy, and felt a little uneasy in her heart, so she simply acted like a baby. It's really okay. Ninomiya Chizuru's eyes scrutinized her face and figure, and the more she looked at her, the happier she became. This is the right thing. Instead of letting other men coax Runa away, it is better to let Kurosawa coax her back so that they will not be separated. Igarashi Runa didn't believe her nonsense. Chizuru was definitely hiding something from her. The feeling of being kept in the dark was very strange. Igarashi Runa couldn't help but glance at Kurosawa Hikaru, wanting him to give her an answer, but seeing Chizuru next to him, she could only give up the idea of asking for help. Kurosawa is the boyfriend of his best friend, and they must avoid suspicion. They haven't done anything yet, and Kins even suspects that they are secretly getting along and having an affair behind her back. If she had more interactions with Kurosawa in front of Chizuru, there would definitely be more misunderstandings. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 374. Give it to me. Kurosawa Hikaru took a step forward, picked up the camera bag from the trunk, and said when he saw a lunchbox held by Igarashi Runa. No, I'm very light. To help, Igarashi Runa quickly shook his head. Chizuru is still watching from the side. If they can interact less, they can interact less. Good. Seeing her refusal, Kurosawa didn't force it. Depart from the parking lot, then take a bus and travel along the roads of Asira Valley. However, they did not arrive at the terminal, but stopped halfway as before. As she got off the bus, Igarashi Runa saw the departure of the bus, and looked around. After all, it was her first time here, so she was unfamiliar with all the sights. Go this way. Kurosawa Hikari came once with a big bag and said hello. Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru and Igarashi Runa subconsciously followed. Just go down here and you'll be there. After walking for a long time and arriving at the last entrance, Kurosawa Hikaru took a few glances and said after making complete confirmation. Go down here. Igarashi Runa carried her things and glanced at the rugged and narrow downhill path, feeling a little surprised. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru was already taking the lead to clear the way for everyone. Maybe he was carrying a heavy camera bag, but his movements were brisk, as if he were walking on flat ground. Kurosawa. Just when he was halfway down, he suddenly heard a call from behind. What's wrong? Kurosawa Hikaru looked back subconsciously. Before he could respond, he saw Ninomiya Chizuru following behind and reaching out to him. Upon noticing this, Kurosawa Hikaru took 2 steps closer to her, held her hand, and let her pull him down step by step. Igarashi Runa, who was walking at the end, saw the couple interacting and holding hands. She said nothing and just walked forward. This mountain road is located between forested hillsides. Although it is narrow and difficult to walk, she wears sneakers and does not need to worry about losing her footing. The trees stood tall and their green leaves fluttered in the wind. After passing through the grove, they came to the creek. The sound of flowing water in the creek is endless, and under the summer sun, the water surface is glowing with subtle ripples. The view is great. Igarashi Runa's eyes lit up when she saw the scenery in front of her. It may be her first time here, but she has a very special feeling about this place. Because she had seen the scene in this place from the painting in Kinzuru's room. This is similar to the feeling of visiting a holy land. I have seen the scenery of a certain place before and know what kind of stories there used to be. But now I am immersed in it. What's more, her eyes fell on a stone by the creek, and she seemed to be able to see Chizuru's figure. For Ninomiya Chizuru, this place is even more meaningful. Revisiting her old place and facing the scenery in front of her made her feel like she was in another world because so many things had happened during this time. This is not the most beautiful place in Asira Valley, but it is the quietest place and will not be disturbed. Kurosawa put the camera bag in a dry place far away from the shore and explained. Because Chizuru prefers places with few people to places with many people, so they chose this place. When we arrive at our destination, what should we do next? Ninomiya Chizuru asked after staring for a while. He is the photographer, he decides. Igarashi Runa looked at Kurosawa Hikaru. As the decision maker of today's action, he had absolute dominance during the filming of the MV. Let's start playing. In response to this question, Kurosawa Hikaru surveyed the surrounding scene, thought about it, and nodded. Play. Why don't you finish filming the MV first? When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this decision, she immediately didn't understand it. She likes to settle business matters first before thinking about rest and fun. You are not a professional actor. Let's have some fun first, relax and find some form. Kurosawa nodded slightly. How to play? Chizuru Ninomiya really has no shooting experience. Although it is not that she has never faced the camera, the number of times is still very few. Just like how you played last time, you will play it this time. In short, you don't have to think so much, just go and play. We will take pictures while playing. Kurosawa knelt down, opened his camera bag, took out his SLR and started debugging the equipment. As he picked up the camera, the feeling immediately changed. This is a change in temperament and thinking. It's like a swordsman, picking up the sword and feeling stylish. Runa, give me a hand. Seeing his actions, Ninomiya Chizuru still obeyed his arrangements. Although he didn't know what she planned to do, Igarashi Runa approached her anyway. Supporting each other, Ninomiya Chizuru raised one leg, held the sneaker with one hand, took off the shoe, and then took off the socks together. With her bare feet, she stepped on the stone with peace of mind. Then, she followed the same example and took off the remaining shoes and socks, and stood on the ground barefoot. All right. After taking off her shoes, Ninomiya Chizuru stood barefoot and said. Seeing this action, Kurosawa Hikaru, who was debugging his SLR, couldn't help but look sideways. I have to say that the elegance with which Chizuru raises her hands and feet is truly feminine. Any movement she makes is extremely beautiful. The most important thing is that her body proportions are super good, and she also has a pair of super beautiful feet, with long and slender toes, clean toenails, beautiful joint lines, and smooth and tender skin, like a crescent boat, carrying infinite beauty. Runa, please take off your shoes too. You will stay by the stream for a long time today to prevent your shoes from getting wet. After finishing changing her clothes, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at Runa beside her and suggested. Then give me a hand. Regarding such a proposal, Igarashi Runa nodded without thinking too much. Having said that, everyone's way of taking off their shoes is different. Igarashi Runa gently stepped on the heel of her other foot with her sneaker, and then pulled her foot out. This way of taking off the clothes is less feminine, less reserved and elegant, but it is more efficient. Although she was taking off her shoes like this, when it was her turn to take off her socks, she still raised the sides of her feet to take off her socks like Chizuru. Following this movement, Kurosawa Hikaru couldn't help but take another look. Wearing hot pants, Runa Igarashi has slender thighs with snow-white skin, uneven ankle joints, small and exquisite feet, smooth and soft skin like butter, and slender toes, decorated with bright red nail polish, like strawberry cakes, exquisite and beautiful. The ground is so cold. After taking off her socks, as the soles of her feet landed on the ground, she was surprised by the cold temperature of the stone and her toes became tense. As her toes couldn't help but clasp together because of the cold feeling, Kurosawa's heartstrings swayed. It has to be said that the movement of a woman's toes clasping together and slightly bending is extremely seductive and sexy. At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly felt a line of sight, raised his eyes and met Chizuru's eyes. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "I knew you would stare," but the curve of the corners of her mouth drooped slightly, giving a hint of jealousy and anger. Obviously, even if she is his best friend, it is impossible to say that she does not mind at all and is not jealous at all. Upon noticing this, Kurosawa looked away shamelessly, pretending that nothing happened, and then continued to debug the SLR. In fact, the debugging of SLR does not need to be too complicated, he just pretends to do it casually. Actually, the ground is not that cold. The main reason is that you just took off your socks and you are standing under the shade of a tree. You just need to come out a little. Really? Igarashi Runa didn't notice that Kurosawa was staring at her just now. As she took off her socks, stood her feet on the ground, and walked to a place that was exposed to the sun, she immediately felt more comfortable. During the conversation, they also took some actions, such as stuffing the socks they took off into the mouth of their shoes, then picking them up and placing them farther away from the shore to ensure that they would not get wet. There are a lot of gravels beside the creek, so be careful and don't get stabbed. Kurosawa Hikaru noticed their movements and reminded them. Good. Upon hearing such safety instructions, Ninomiya Chizuru and Igarashi Runa looked at each other and both responded. And Ms. Runa, you will play with Ms. Chizuru later. At the same time, Kurosawa took out 2 clean towels from his camera bag, walked to a stone by the creek, and put them down. If I play with her, Won't I steal the spotlight? Igarashi Runa was a little confused. To be honest, she felt that her participation in the filming was purely to participate, to help out, and to do chores. The theme of the MV is Adilana by the water, which can also be understood as a beauty who can make people fall in love. We have one day, you can play first while I hold the camera and look for the lens. Kurosawa Hikaru waved his hand to reassure her. An MV is different from a documentary. It is a short music video. Just because it is filmed does not mean it is a finished product. It must be edited and combined with audio tracks in order to be considered a MV. That's okay. Realizing his intentions and plans, Igarashi Runa nodded, not thinking too much, and obeyed. After that, they sat together by the stream and started playing in the water. It's so comfortable. Putting her feet in the river and bathing in the summer sunshine, Igarashi Runa felt physically and mentally happy and completely relaxed. Starting from the parking lot and arriving here, we have walked at least 2 kilometers. Although this journey is not far, she has been sitting in an air-conditioned room and car all year round. Even when she goes shopping, she always goes to large shopping malls with air conditioning on. It has been many years since she spent as much time as she did today. Whether it is Ninomiya Chizuru or Igarashi Runa, they are both great beauties with outstanding looks. They sat by the river together, even though they did nothing, it was already a beautiful scenery. Kaka kaka. Seeing this scene, Kurosawa Hikaru stood not far away and picked up a SLR, pointed the camera at them, moved his steps, and after finding an angle, pressed the shutter. This is a quick burst of shots, not individual shots. For professional photography, the best way to produce good pictures is continuous shooting. Capture at ultra-high frequency and saturation strike can ensure that you will not miss a beautiful moment. The only troublesome part of this kind of shooting method is to sift through the photos in post-production to find the 100% best angle from the 99% similar photos. Maybe they were going to shoot a MV, but it was rare to get out there, and since they were good friends together, it would be nice to take some photos of them as a souvenir. How long has it been since we took a trip like today? Ninomiya Chizuru sighed after enjoying and relaxing. Didn't you just go to Fujikyu last month? That's different. Going to an amusement park is for fun, but coming here is for traveling. According to your request, it must have been at least 5 years, since I graduated from college. I haven't had much chance to play around. Igarashi Runa was thoughtful and sighed. Because the two of them had different jobs, and she was on the rise in her career in the past few years and was extremely busy. It was good to be able to cook dinner for Kinzuru every week and sit down and have a drink with each other. Even last month, we went to an amusement park together, which was considered a rare trip. Before that, although they met often, they mostly went shopping together and went out to eat delicious food. Runa, how many years have we been friends? Ninomiya Chizuru smiled slightly and held her hand. It's been 21 years. Even if you moved later and the school was different, we still kept in touch. Seeing her beautiful smile, Igarashi Runa also smiled. Are we good sisters? Certainly. Then tell me honestly, do you still have any thoughts about Kurosawa? After receiving this answer, Ninomiya Chizuru suddenly leaned over and whispered softly. The voice was very low, a whisper between two people. No. Hearing this question, Igarashi Runa glanced at her subconsciously and shook her head slightly. This is boring for you. We have spent 3/4 of our lives together. Seeing her denial, Ninomiya Chizuru was not satisfied with this and reminded the two of them of their friendship. Isn't this interesting enough? I answered your question last night. Do you have to say that I have an idea to be satisfied? Seeing her talking about friendship, Igarashi Runa was really speechless. As good best friends, their friendship is very sincere, and they support and encourage each other to get to where they are now. There is no saying that anyone owes the other. When it comes to Kurosawa, She has a clear conscience and thinks she is worthy of Chizuru. Except when Croatian Rhapsody was released, she was so excited that she couldn't help kissing Kurosawa a few times, but she has always kept her distance. Don't be angry. I'm not questioning you. I just want to know what you really think. We are good sisters. No matter what you think, I won't blame you. Realizing that she was a little angry, Ninomiya Chizuru gently touched the back of her hand to comfort her. It's impossible to say that I don't have any ideas. You also know how good your boyfriend is, otherwise you wouldn't like him so much, but I just thought about it and didn't do anything to him. Realizing that she would not give up if she didn't answer today, Igarashi Runa took a deep breath and confessed after thinking about her words. She believed that her thoughts about Kurosawa were excusable. After all, a person of the opposite sex who looks great and has a great body will attract people's attention even if he doesn't have any talent or ability. What's more, Kurosawa has so many talents, including singing, playing the piano, archery, and photography, and he is still so young and not naive. I wonder which single sister can completely restrain her thoughts. Then will you take action in the future? After prying her heart open, Ninomiya Chizuru asked again. With our friendship as a guarantee, absolutely not. Igarashi Runa didn't know what she was thinking, but for the sake of friendship, she was determined. Actually, you can do it? Ninomiya Chizuru didn't expect that she would make such a promise, so he hesitated for a few seconds and then encouraged. As soon as these words came out, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but look sideways, shocked in his heart. Think about it, he is so carefree, and now he has 3 girlfriends, and there is no guarantee that a 4th one will show up one day. Rather than letting others get there first, it's better for you to strike first. Facing her disbelieving look, Ninomiya Chizuru explained. Are you testing me, or are you telling the truth? Igarashi Runa looked at her cold and beautiful face and couldn't understand her thoughts at all. To be honest, you also know how old his other 2 girlfriends are. They are both 18 years old. They are both very young. Moreover, one of them has a lively personality, the other is wealthy, and most importantly, they are both beautiful. I can't compete with him alone. There. Ninomiya Chizuru looked at her and sighed softly. Hearing this, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but think deeply. Age is a mountain that no one can cross. I have to admit that compared to Yuki Ichino's and Mirai Shifunjin, Chizuru's age disadvantage is indeed too great. Perhaps compared to her peers, Chizuru stands out as a royal sister-type beauty. But compared to young people, Chizuru is not that outstanding. Because when young people reach their age, they may not be worse than them. You also know that I am 28 years old this year. I will be old in a few years, but they are different. I will still be in my prime in a few years. I am a little afraid that he will think I am old in the future. Ninomiya Chizuru lowered her head, feeling helpless and weak. Don't be afraid. Kurosawa is not the kind of person who loves the new and hates the old. If you are with him, he will definitely cherish you for the rest of his life. Seeing her pain, Igarashi Runa held her hand in turn, gently patted the back of her hand and comforted her. You say this, do you believe it? Ninomiya Chizuru raised her eyes and looked at her with a somewhat sad look. Well. Igarashi was speechless. In the entertainment industry, she has seen too many men of all kinds. Men are very dedicated and will always love a young and beautiful 18-year-old girl. According to what you said, if he doesn't like you one day, then if you make me the 4th one, won't you bring me in as well? Igarashi Runa couldn't refute, so he simply changed his approach. That's different. If I am alone, I will be weak. But if you join forces with me, the situation will be different. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this, she changed the subject. Join forces. Igarashi Runa was stunned by this statement. Kurosawa has 3 girlfriends now. It's a 1 on -1 on -1 situation. But if you add them in, it's 2 on minus 1 on minus 1. We are good sisters, but they are not. Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly and explained to her. Aren't you jealous of working with Kazuo? Are you really able to accept it? Igarashi Runa was very shocked. She really never thought that such a day would happen. Although we are sisters who have been friends for more than 20 years, we face many things together and enjoy them together, but the situation this time is completely different from before. I accept both outsiders. You are my good sister, how could I not accept it? If you really don't want to, then forget it. Seeing her hesitation, Ninomiya Chizuru sighed softly and looked away. It's not that I really don't want to. Seeing that she was very sad and helpless, Igarashi Runa said quickly. It is impossible to say that she is not covetous for the fourth position. Ever since she knew that Kurosawa was a playboy, she was actually quite depressed. Why did Kurosawa not do anything to her even though he had 3 different interests? Not bad either. Xiongui thought so, but she later figured it out. After all, she is Kinhe's best friend, and the rabbit won't eat the grass next to its nest. It's understandable that Kurosawa is worried about Kinhe and doesn't dare to attack her. Then did you agree? Ninomiya Chizuru turned back to look at her. This is not something I can decide. Whether Kurosawa can find a fourth one depends on what he thinks. And he doesn't like me, I mean the love between men and women. As a friend, he still likes me. Mine. Igarashi Runa explained without giving a definite answer. A man pursues a woman across a mountain, and a woman pursues a man across a vale. With your charm, as long as you are willing, he will definitely like you. Ninomiya Chizuru saw that the result of her instigation was similar to Kurosawa, and was not surprised, so she persuaded her. That's not right. If a man doesn't like a woman, no matter how fiercely that woman pursues her, it's useless. Igarashi Runa didn't think so. Maybe she hadn't talked about it, but she had seen it too much. Then you try it first. Even if it's not a fierce pursuit, you don't have to keep such an obvious distance from him. Relax and get along with him without having so many scruples, and he likes feet. You can start from this aspect. Do you really think so, and you're not joking? Seeing her instigation, Igarashi Runa still felt unreal, as if she was in a dream, so she reached out and pinched her thigh lightly. Really? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded. Come on, Kurosawa already has 3 girlfriends anyway, so adding her good sisters, they can join forces. Then I'll relax a little more in the future. Igarashi Runa was still having a hard time adapting, so he tried it tentatively. Well, why aren't you surprised to know that he likes feet? Ninomiya Chizuru nodded, and then felt surprised. Why should this be surprising? Isn't it surprising? If you like feet, doesn't that mean you are foot controller? Many men are foot controllers. Igarashi Runa didn't understand. In her opinion, foot control was a relatively normal hobby. Okay, by the way, don't tell him, I want you to be his 4th girlfriend. Why? Don't you want to know if he will take the initiative to like you? That's true. Igarashi Runa couldn't help but feel a little moved when she heard this. Indeed, if Kurosawa falls in love with Chizuru without knowing her intentions, it means that she is very charming and has the ability to attract Kurosawa. Thankfully, my hearing is sensitive enough, otherwise, I wouldn't even know I was being sold. At the same time, Kurosawa Hikaru, who had listened to their whispers the whole time, looked at Miss Runa's back and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have to say, Sister Kinhe is really mean-spirited. He had obviously told him in the car just now that he would not tell Miss Runa, but he turned around and found an opportunity to provide psychological counseling to Miss Runa, so both parties worked together. Judging from this situation, her hope that Ms. Runa will become her 4th girlfriend can be said to be an inevitable decision. Does she really care about her age and worry about this issue? Or is this just a trick she made up to lure Miss Runa? Although he noticed Chizuru's little trick, Kurosawa Hikaru didn't care, but thought secretly. The difference between 18 and 28 years old, the age problem, does exist. While adjusting, I will definitely give you a few more chapters this month, like the previous 12,000 chapters. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 375. Would you like to try it first? Unintentionally breaking through Chizuru's little thoughts, Kurosawa Hikaru was shooting not far away with a SLR camera. When he saw Igarashi Runa in the camera, his heartstrings were touched a little. To say whether he wanted a fourth one, he definitely did. Whether he had a crush on her or not, no matter how much he deceived himself, everything was revealed the moment the date mission came up. No matter how dedicated a man is, if there is a very good woman by his side, he will inevitably fall in love with her. What's more, he is quite flirtatious. In fact, all love is based on lust. However, this color is not as simple as the literal meaning. It can also be understood in many aspects. For example, a gold-worshipping girl likes the money owned by a man, and this is also because of sexual desire. For example, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, even if it is a man or a woman who is not good-looking enough, but certain qualities of the other person can attract you. It is still a matter of sex. Just try it. After thinking about it, Kurosawa Hikaru looked at Igarashi Runa's back and said secretly, having the courage to try is not a bad thing after all. Moreover, 3 girlfriends are playboys, and 4 are also playboys. As the saying goes, good fortune should not go to outsiders. If he doesn't take action on such an outstanding beauty as Miss Runa, she will be chased away by other men in the future. It's better to wait until later. Although he thought so, Kurosawa Hikaru was still in no hurry to act after thinking about it. Even if Chizuru said it, she would be able to accept other women and be more tolerant of her good sisters. But today he mainly wanted to go on a date with Kins, so he couldn't focus on one thing and lose the other. And when it comes to women, just 3 points is enough. If he really went to interact fiercely with Igarashi Runa today and left Chizuru in the cold, he would definitely be jealous. After thinking about it, Kurosawa Hikaru did not forget about the business and kept a close eye on them. He took a few photos from time to time as a souvenir and began to conceive of the scene of the MV. This MV is very important, both in terms of love and career. In Tokyo, 3 people were sitting together in a restaurant. Yuki, I found that many people confessed their love to Kurosawa online and wanted to be with him. Why don't you say something? Shion Aoi drank a drink and scrolled through her mobile phone, and suddenly said, Express. Ichino's Yuki was sitting opposite and was a little confused when he heard this. It just shows that you are together, it's official. Seeing that she didn't understand, Shion Aoi smiled and looked forward to it. That's not good. This reminder made Ichino's Yuki feel embarrassed. Why is it bad? Don't you want to tell everyone that you are Kurosawa's girlfriend? Aoi Shiona didn't quite understand why she reacted this way, so she encouraged her. If it were her, with a boyfriend as good and handsome as Kurosawa, she would definitely tell everyone immediately. Hearing this statement, Ichino's Yuki couldn't help but feel a little moved. Ichino's is a model. She relies on her face and looks to make a living. If she exposes her relationship, it might affect her career. At this moment, Sato, who was sitting next to him, spoke. But Kurosawa is a photographer. If you two are together, it may not be a bad thing for the fans, but it will be a blessing to them. I felt that this was nothing at all. It's a blessing, it's good if it's not a curse. As an artist, no matter who the model is, as long as she is not single, her attractiveness to fans will be greatly reduced. Under the influence of his girlfriend, Sato likes to surf the internet and is involved in various miscellaneous news and events. But Yuki is taking the route of a clothing model. Her main fan group is girls, and her consumer group is also girls. If she has a very handsome boyfriend, this is also a positive signal for girls. For example, if you are as good at dressing as she is and as beautiful as she is, you can find a great boyfriend. As a groupie, I knows better than him. I just signed a contract with a new firm. The exposure of this kind of relationship requires the approval of the company team. Seeing the couple starting to argue, Ichino's Yuki joined the conversation and interrupted the rhythm. When couples quarrel, it is often because of differences in ideas. Although the contract does not clearly state that the relationship cannot be made public, but it is also written that there cannot be any bad behavior that damages the image of the firm and personal image. It's so hard to be an artist. After learning about this situation, Shianaran suddenly felt that there was no chance. It is simply impossible for the company to agree to an artist's open relationship. It would be okay if Yuki was old enough to get married long ago, but the problem is that she has just debuted, and she is still 18 years old in her prime. You are so exhausted from your part-time job, do you still have the heart to care about artists? Now that Ichinos has signed a contract with a big agency, the amount of money he can earn in 1 month will probably be as much as ours in a year. Sato glanced at her and felt that she was overflowing with empathy. That's not true, idols don't make that much money. I was a little unconvinced. You are talking about an underground idol. Ichinos is packaged by a big-name agency. It is not the same thing at all. Sato disapproved of this and said calmly. It is true that underground idols in Japan find it difficult to make money. Some even have to work several jobs to supplement their income and pay for tickets and venues in order to pursue their dreams and activities. However, if an artist who is officially signed can become popular, he or she can make more money than most jobs. In his opinion, the combination of Yuki Ichino's, Hikaru Kurosawa, and the gold medal agent, Ms. Igarashi, is currently waiting for an opportunity. Once they take action, they will definitely make a lot of money without any pressure, not to mention becoming popular all over the country. That's right. I thought about it and couldn't refute his point of view. Yuki, when do you want to make an official announcement? When you get married and have children. Although there are various problems, I is still looking forward to it. For girls, marriage and love are the most important things in life. I don't know, I haven't started my first activity after signing the contract. I'll see later. Hearing about marriage and having children, Yuki Ichinos felt a little restless, but still shook her head. Since she terminated her contract with YG, she has been out of work for more than half a month. Fortunately, she was not bored during this period. Whether it was being with Kwang, studying, or starting to catch up on her academic performance in junior high school, she was still quite busy. At this moment, Ichino's Yuki suddenly felt her phone vibrate and rang a line notification tone. Is it a message from Kwang? With this thought, she immediately picked up the phone on the table and read the message. However, the person who sent the message was not Kurosawa Kwang, but a group chat message. Yamamoto, it's a pity that Mickey didn't come to Gain today. What's going on with him? He has been running to Gain for several days in a row. Is he targeting Mickey? Isn't he afraid that Matsushita will be jealous? Sato also saw the group chat message and was a little surprised. Hitomi is not that easy to be jealous, and Mickey is so beautiful. She is a creature from 2 dimensions with Yamamoto. There is no possibility of being together. This action is just pure star chasing, not worth jealous. Shiana-lan read the message and disagreed. Love is love, and star chasing is star chasing, these are 2 completely different things. Mickey is indeed very beautiful. Hearing this, Sato couldn't help but say. Ah, didn't you say that star chasing is not worth being jealous of? As soon as the voice fell, Sato's waist was twisted, and she dodged in pain. She is she, I am me. Xianalan complained about this and snorted. She knew that Tong was with Yamamoto not because of love, but just because she didn't want to be single. But she was different, she was with Sato because of pure love. You don't think that I might be with Mickey, so you are jealous. Ah! Sato was naughty, and her waist was twisted again, and she screamed in pain. Seeing the interaction between them, Ichino's Yuki looked at them with some amusement and envy. The relationship between these two people is really good. They are basically together every day during the summer vacation. I wonder what brother Guang is busy with. After laughing, Ichino's Yuki thought curiously. Early this morning, Guang Ji sent her a good morning greeting. But after that, it was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth, and there was no further news. Has Mickey not been to the Gain skating rink for 2 consecutive days? After thinking for a while, because she would be unhappy if she thought too much, Ichino's Yuki quickly put aside this worry and diverted her attention. She was a little concerned about Miki Shiraha's matter. After all, such a beautiful and excellent girl, crying so sadly, it was really distressing. If she had not been to the skating rink for 1 day, it might be a coincidence, but since that day, she had not been there for 2 consecutive days, which was a special situation. Some things, if you don't know about them, you don't feel anything, but if you know about them, you will pay attention to them. That day, except for her and Guang Ji, everyone else's attention was on skating and other people, and they didn't see Miki Shiraha crying and running away. Kurosawa Guang and his group sat on the picnic blanket and ate their lunch boxes. Although the lunch boxes were prepared early in the morning, because they were placed in the thermal box, the food was not cold and still had residual heat. How is the progress of the filming? Ninomiya Chizuru was eating her lunch box, a little concerned. She didn't finish her work, so she didn't have much fun, because Kurosawa was always shooting with a SLR next to her, and asked Runa to walk away from time to time, so that she could do some actions according to the posture and angle. The most important thing is that she felt that she didn't do anything. The filming went smoothly. We started at 3 p.m. and shot until about 6 p.m. Kurosawa Hikaru responded to this question. So fast. Igarashi Runa was a little surprised. Very fast. Kurosawa Hikaru held a different view on this statement. Compared to taking photos, he had already filmed for a long time for the MV this time. An MV can be shot in 1 day, which is already very fast. Do you know how long it took Rika to shoot the longest MV? 17 days. Igarashi Runa nodded and used her own experience as an example. It's so fast to finish the filming. Is the finished product really good? As she spoke, she couldn't help but look at Kurosawa Hikari. Although it can be seen from the photos of Yuki Ichino's that Kurosawa's photography skills are very strong. But as one of the participants, she had been watching from the side, knowing that Kurosawa had very little recording time this morning. If you count carefully, it was less than 10 minutes. I didn't want to be perfunctory. The effect of the finished product is definitely better. Just Adilina by the water, the theme is very simple. In the afternoon, I just took advantage of the changing angle of the sun to capture the feeling of time. Faced with her worries, Kurosawa guessed her thoughts and smiled. He has a proficient level of photography. He can't tell how strong his shooting skills are, but just shooting a MV is still very simple. What's more, he also has a master-level piano and has a deep understanding of Adelina by the water. Under the interweaving of various inspirations, there is no need to stack a large number of recorded image materials in order to extract the essence and eliminate the dross for post-editing. He clearly knows what kind of picture he needs. Alright. Seeing that he was very confident, Igarashi Runa was a little worried about the quality of the finished product, but after all, she was not a photographer or a reporter, so she could only nod in agreement and wait for the results. What does the feeling of time mean? Ninomiya Chizuru was a little confused. Based on the changing angle of the sun, shooting on the same day gives the feeling of many days. Just imagine, I come here every day and see you, and I take a camera to shoot you, it feels like this. Regarding the concepts related to artistic creation, it is difficult to explain clearly in a few words. Kurosawa Hikaru could only tell her something simple and clear. I see. Under his guidance, Ninomiya Chizuru imagined it and seemed to have some enlightenment. Do you want to do some special moves this afternoon? It's just my personal opinion. I don't think you had any special moves in the several recordings you just made. Igarashi Runa thought for a while and then suggested. Although she hasn't seen the finished product yet, after what she saw this morning, she feels that the MV will be very monotonous. Need not. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Would it be too monotonous? Finding that he was confident, Igarashi Runa simply expressed his concerns. In this impetuous era, gimmicks and visuals are important. On YouTube, many MVs with high views are full of viewing pleasure. Romantic piano music is different from pop songs. It pays more attention to artistic conception, and Kanhi-san is beautiful enough no matter what she does. Kurosawa Hikaru naturally understood the truth, but he glanced at Ninomiya Chizuru next to him and smiled. I have to say that photography is just like painting. Because the lens is locked, you can more truly feel the beauty and advantages of the model. To be honest, Chizuru is really beautiful. Her cool, intellectual, and super beautiful temperament are all impeccable. Even if it's a piano music MV, you still have to put a little more thought into it. It's not good if it's too monotonous. Facing his smiling gaze, Ninomiya Chizuru felt a little shy, ruffled her hair with her hands, and said. Although she is an outsider, she also agrees with Runa's statement. In the final analysis, it is because Kurosawa's shooting looks too simple and takes a very short time, giving her a feeling that she is not serious enough. Would you pay more attention, Miss Runa? Have you brought any cosmetics? After hearing this statement, Kurosawa Hikaru seemed to have some enlightenment, and after thinking about it, he asked. I brought a little bit with me, it's just for touch-up makeup, it's not very complete. Runa Igarashi must wear makeup when she goes out. Although her skills are not very strong, they are enough to make herself look better. Is there a comb? Are you planning to put makeup on Chizuru? I thought about it carefully. If I want to express the feeling of many days, it would be better to express it through changes in makeup, although you can feel it through the changes in the sun and angle, it is not obvious enough. Kurosawa Hikaru nodded slightly and affirmed. I went to the hospital today to check up on my health. I'm a little tired, so I don't have that many words. I'm sorry. He also promoted a book written by a fan, LOL, my teammates are getting involved and I am getting stronger. Tokyo's Most Affectionate. Author, Wodada Shuchu Wujin. Chapter 376. Would you like to see the video from this morning? After finishing his lunch, Kurosawa Hikaru picked up his SLR again and suggested. Because he already has the blueprint and plan for the MV in his mind, there is no filming at this stage, and the next filming will start at least at 3 p.m. Maybe it's fun to come to the creek and enjoy the scenery, which makes people feel fresh, but after all, it's a wild place without any artificial development. It's quite difficult to spend a whole day just playing in the water. Let me see. When Ninomiya Chizuru heard this, she naturally wanted to take a look. She stood up and walked to sit next to him. Whether as a model, used as a reference by a painter, or captured by a photographer, they all care about the finished product. Especially for a character like her, she is very concerned about whether her performance is good enough. As she approached, Kurosawa Hikaru smelled a refreshing, distant and charming fragrance. I have to say, she smells really good. In fact, a woman's appearance may be important, but the smell of her body is also particularly important. If a beautiful woman has body odor, or the smell is not very good, it will be greatly discounted to men. Because of this, perfumes are sold all over the world. After all, without physical contact, vision, hearing, and smell are all crucial means of cognition. A woman's appearance, voice, and smell are very attractive to men. What scent? It smells so good. Sensing her scent, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly moved his nose slightly and muttered to himself strangely. Fragrance. Sensing his movements, Ninomiya Chizuru, who was sitting side-legged next to him, was a little confused. Her nose moved slightly and she sniffed the surrounding scent. There was no unusual smell in the air, only the light smell of Kurosawa's body, and the fresh fragrance of leaves and grass with a slight earthy smell. It turns out to be Sister Kinhi's body fragrance. After Kurosawa Hikaru sniffed carefully, he slightly put his head on Ninomiya Chizuru's shoulder, closed his eyes, took a deep breath of enjoyment, and said, "Don't do this." Seeing his actions, Ninomiya Chizuru was stunned for a moment, realizing that she had been teased, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Although she gave him a blank look, Kurosawa Hikaru could feel that she was half happy and half shy and smiled. At the same time, Igarashi Runa was packing her lunch. She heard the entire conversation and interaction between the two people and was amused. It turns out he still has such a side. Even though it was funny, Igarashi Runa also felt fresh. Maybe it was because they had known each other for a long time, but most of her contacts with Kurosawa were related to work. Even when she was helping him chase Chizuru, there was not much contact in private, but in most cases, she kept a certain distance from Kurosawa Hikari and could only see him relatively close. Every move. When they met for the first time, Kurosawa Hikaru made her feel very good, and his affection for Chizuru was obvious. For example, she was dressed in a flashy way. She was obviously a student of Dongda University, and logically a top academic, but she was dressed in a trendy and fashionable way, giving her an infinitely youthful and good feeling. When they met for the second time, because Chizuru didn't like fancy outfits, Kurosawa was dressed more gentlemanly and decently. Most of them were a combination of shirts and black slim-fitting pants, which gave people a very calm and polite look. After that, whether it was as a zero-hour side or in the Kyoto competition at the Budokan, he was extremely handsome when he appeared with a bow in hand. However, these cognitions are like contact between adults. This is the first time she has seen such naughty people. While thinking about it, she continued to pack the lunchbox, putting everything away one by one to make sure nothing was left out and no garbage was left behind. "Runa, please pack up and come over to take a look." Just as she was folding the 3 lunchboxes and putting them away, she heard Chizuru's call. Good. Upon hearing this, Igarashi Runa was naturally interested and walked over immediately. How about it? Walking barefoot on the picnic cloth, Igarashi Runa approached and walked around behind Kurosawa Hikaru, then bent down to look at the SLR display with some curiosity. "It hasn't started yet, I'm waiting for you." Kurosawa Hikaru could feel her running behind him, holding the camera, looking back and smiling. As she raised her head, even though she was looking up, Igarashi Runa's appearance was very strong, and there was no such thing as a death perspective. Her face is very close, her lips are painted with lipstick, and she is very delicate. Her eyebrows are slender, her eyelashes are straight, the corners of her eyes are slightly raised, and her silver gray eyes are very bright. She does not have an oval face, but an oval face. Her exquisite facial features give people a gentle and feminine feeling, and the charm of a mature woman is very desirable. Her short silver gray shoulder-length hair fell naturally as she bent over, looking very soft. The snow-white and tender neck is like a jade pillar, and the clearly visible collarbone is very sexy. The key is bending like this. She is wearing a waist-revealing t-shirt with a slightly open neckline. Viewed horizontally, it looks like a ridge and a peak on the side, with different heights near and far. This angle was very special. Kurosawa just glanced at it briefly and then lowered his head. Her figure is too good, right? It's at least an 8, right? She's too careless. As he lowered his head, Kurosawa played with the unconscious operations of his SLR, his heart beating a little faster. I have to say that Igarashi Runa really has a devilish figure, hot and sexy, with curves in all the right places. Igarashi Runa has been working in society for many years, and has a way of observing people's words and expressions. She noticed his guilty conscience and unnatural movements, and also realized the problem with her movements, which made her a little embarrassed for a while. The reason why she ran behind Kurosawa Hikaru was because Kurosawa and Chizuru were sitting together, and they had to watch the SLR monitor together. Apart from sitting next to Kurosawa Hikaru, she could only stand behind and watch. But she didn't expect that Kurosawa would suddenly look back at her, which was an accident. Runa, it's too tiring to watch like this, sit down and watch. At this moment, Ninomiya Chizuru said. Where should I sit? Sit over there. Okay. Although she sat next to him, the position was quite special, but Igarashi Runa thought of the little accident just now, and she couldn't care about being shy, so she could only nod. Immediately, she came to Kurosawa Hikaru's left hand and sat down. When she sat down, Kurosawa Hikaru selected a video file and started playing it. This morning, there were actually quite a lot of video files shot. Although the official shooting lasted less than 10 minutes, there were also a lot of useless videos when he was testing. This kind of useless video needs to be edited out later, that is, the highlights. In the monitor, Chizuru Ninomiya and Runa Igarashi stood by the water and chatted. "Ms. Runa, I'm going to shoot." At this moment, Kurosawa Hikaru's voice rang out. What a strange feeling. Although she didn't see the person, but heard his voice, Chizuru Ninomiya couldn't help but smile. This perspective is really novel, as if the camera is Kurosawa Hikaru. Okay. Runa Igarashi in the camera is very conscious, very cooperative, and decisively leaves. What should I do? Chizuru Ninomiya, who stayed where she was a little confused. She had not received any professional training, rarely took selfies on weekdays, and had not prepared in advance. Suddenly she had to face the camera and felt uncomfortable. Although she was inexperienced, Kurosawa Hikaru had too much shooting experience and directed her. Sister Chizuru, take a few steps back. Take a few more steps back, raise your right arm, relax your palm a little, and open it naturally. Push the back of the skirt, there are some wrinkles. Turn left, a little more to the left, and take 5 steps forward one by one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, look down at the other side. Look up at the other side. Stay still and wait for the wind to pick up. Look back after 5 seconds, remember not to look at the camera, turn around and walk slowly. Okay. This shooting lasts 137 seconds, more than 2 minutes. Chizuru, you are so beautiful, just like a goddess by the water. When the playback ended, I saw the finished product of the shooting. Although there were many tidbits, Igarashi Runa still thought it was great. Under the command of Kurosawa Hikaru, Chizuru in the camera gradually got into the state. Especially the last look back, it was simply amazing, so beautiful that she couldn't speak. Kurosawa took it so well. Ninomiya Chizuru heard her bestie's praise, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Because they watched it together, her feelings were similar. She didn't expect that she would feel this way when she looked back. Seeing their reactions, Kurosawa Hikaru, as a photographer, smiled a little happily. Because he likes her, he knows very well when Chizuru is the most amazing, that is when she doesn't take you seriously, and her cold and intellectual temperament will be fully displayed. Then, he started playing other video files. This camera movement is so strong. What is camera movement? It's the movement of the SLR body. Look at the changes in angle and size, it's camera movement. Chizuru, you are definitely a talented model. The details of expression management and eye changes are well grasped. It's okay, don't exaggerate. I'm not exaggerating at all. If you become an actor, those movie kings and queens will have to be stepping stones for you. Don't be like that. It's not the first time I've watched a video. Igarashi Runa's occupational disease as an agent has come out. For the work and performance of artists, if it is a good side, she will not hesitate to praise them. Although Chizuru is not her artist, her words of praise never go out of style. As the two interacted, Kurosawa Hikari, who was sandwiched in the middle, could not get a word in at all. He could only hold his SLR and act as a ruthless playback machine. Am I considered hugging left and right? During the continuous playback, Kurosawa Hikari looked at Ninomiya Chizuru on the right and Igarashi Runa on the left, and realized that he was sandwiched between two beautiful ladies, and couldn't help thinking. Although there was no hug, but the feeling of being sandwiched between girls is still a very enjoyable situation. And these two people are not jealous of each other, but good girlfriends. Including the behind the scenes, the total length of the video is about 20 minutes. I'm done watching. Enjoying it, Kurosawa Hikari said as the video file ended. Kurosawa, I'm sorry. As soon as the voice fell, Igarashi Runa suddenly clasped her hands together and bowed. Why did you apologize? Kurosawa Hikari was a little puzzled. Because you asked me to go away, there was little time to shoot Chizuru, so I felt that you didn't shoot seriously enough. I didn't expect that the effect of each shooting was so good. Although Igarashi Runa knew that there was nothing wrong with her words and deeds, she knew that her thoughts just now were very rude. She underestimated Kurosawa's shooting skills and the shooting effect of Chizuru as a model. It's okay, you don't have to apologize. It's better to say that your words reminded me that if I don't do anything and just shoot like this, it will be too monotonous. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't care about this apology at all and smiled. Doing less and doing it for a short time does not mean not being serious. Kurosawa, how long have you studied photography? I feel that your skills are so powerful, and you always take such beautiful pictures of me. At the same time, Ninomiya Chizuru suddenly felt curious. It has to be said that Kurosawa can really bring her a new side every time. Piano, singing, archery, and now photography, and his academic performance is so good. Kurosawa's hobbies are really wide-ranging. If it were her, she wouldn't have the energy to learn so many things, and she wouldn't have to learn everything. My skills aren't that good, but I can only take such good pictures because I'm taking pictures of you. Kurosawa Hikaru didn't respond directly, but smiled at her curious eyes. Kurosawa, it's boring to be too modest. If your skills aren't that good, many photographers would be ashamed. Hearing this, Igarashi Runa couldn't help but interrupt. Maybe it hasn't been edited yet, so it can't be considered a finished product, but the texture and expressiveness of that lens are really amazing, and it makes people feel moved. If it were the professional photographers she knew, it would be impossible to achieve such results in such a short shooting. It's no exaggeration to say that Kurosawa's shooting skills are definitely at the master level, and he even has his own style. The effect is so good because I know Chizuru very well, and I know when she is most beautiful. Kurosawa Hikaru did not argue with her, but touched the SLR in his hand and explained. Maybe he has mastered photography, but if he wants to give people a stunning feeling, such a simple shot is not enough. In the final analysis, it is because Ninomiya Chizuru is too beautiful. She can be said to be a fairy, and she is also the kind of temperament beauty with a strong sense of photogenic. These words are very similar to confession, but not so, more like love words. No matter what kind of woman, the sweet words of the sweetheart are always the words they want to hear most. Ninomiya Chizuru is no exception. Even though she has heard countless compliments since she was a child, Kurosawa's compliments still make her feel happy. Wow! Igarashi Runa saw that he tried his best to deny his skills just to affirm Chizuru's beauty, and he also understood and stopped arguing with him. Wow, what oh! Ninomiya Chizuru, who was originally very happy, was a little embarrassed by her strange voice and reached out to grab her. I can't touch her. Because they were separated by Kurosawa Hikaru, Igarashi Runa noticed that she was angry and was also happy. She leaned back slightly and didn't give her any chance to touch her. Why can't I touch her? However, this barrier was completely useless to Ninomiya Chizuru. She pressed her body and directly pressed on Kurosawa Hikaru's arm and grabbed Igarashi Runa's arm. In this fight, Kurosawa Hikaru can be said to be enjoying the benefits. You touched me, but you lost. How did you lose? You lose if you touch Kurosawa. When did you set such a rule? Tisk. Seeing the fight between them, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? This sudden smile made Ninomiya Chizuru, who was still playing around, react immediately. The previous play was very childish. She blushed and felt embarrassed. I was just thinking that you and Miss Runa have a really good relationship. Kurosawa Hikaru thought about it carefully and sighed. When you are with real good friends, there is no status, age, or any other concerns. It is fun to let go of your body and mind. Although she looks very cold and difficult to get along with on the surface, Chizuru's personality is actually quite good, which should be the credit of Miss Runa. This is not the first time they have played like this. For example, there was a time before when Miss Runa laughed at Chizuru for not being able to cook. It was a similar situation. However, Miss Runa was driving at the time, so the two of them could not play around, but just quarreled. At this moment, he realized very clearly why Chizuru was afraid that Miss Runa would leave one day. Because their relationship is so good. People living in this world always have many regrets. Even sisters with blood ties will eventually separate one day, each forming different families and living different lives. But now, there is a way in front of Chizuru to have the best of both worlds, so it is naturally a must. Are you jealous? This sudden sigh, Ninomiya Chizuru looked at his smile and suddenly thought of a possibility. How is it possible? I'm just a little envious. Kurosawa Hikaru shook his head. Seeing that their relationship was so good, he was so happy that he couldn't wait. Why are you envious? You have such a good friend. Don't you have any good friends? Yes, but I don't have such good friends as you. Speaking of good friends, Kurosawa Hikaru thought of Sato Shinichi, a friendship that lasted for many years. Maybe brother Shinichi is interested in his potential, but it is also true that he is good to himself. He is very grateful and values it. However, this friendship cannot be compared with the pure friendship between Ninomiya Chizuru and Igarashi Runa, without any entanglement of interests. In order to pursue his dream, he put aside his childhood and youth and immersed himself in study. That's why it's impossible for him to have such a pure friendship in his life. Hearing this, Ninomiya Chizuru and Igarashi Runa glanced at each other subconsciously. To be honest, it's very satisfying that the friendship between two people is recognized and praised. But when Kurosawa expressed his envy, although he was smiling, it gave people a feeling of loneliness. Kurosawa. Just when he was feeling emotional, Kurosawa Hikaru suddenly heard a call. He raised his eyes and saw Ninomiya Chizuru holding his hand with a complicated expression. Her eyes were a bit soft, as if she didn't know what words to use to comfort her and could only use actions. Genius is always lonely. Igarashi Runa reached out and patted his arm, comforting him. I have to say that she was too careless and ignored a fact. A person's energy and time are limited. At his age, Kurosawa Hikaru has outstanding talents that far exceed those of his peers. He must have spent countless sweat and energy when they didn't know it. What is gratifying is that Kurosawa is extremely talented and is extremely good at whatever he does. As good best friends, their thoughts and ideas are very similar. Facing such comfort, Kurosawa Hikaru was a little stunned. He didn't know what their situation was, so he simply remained silent. It's almost time to rest. Let's continue shooting. The MV hasn't been finished yet. After a while, Igarashi Runa reminded him in order to divert his attention. Continue shooting? Then let's go. Having skipped the part of being comforted, Kurosawa Hikaru thought for a moment and stood up immediately. Let's go. Do you want to change the filming location? Ninomiya Chizuru was a little surprised. If you don't want to change, let's shoot here. What Ms. Runa said just now reminds me that in order to avoid being too monotonous, let's go shopping and buy a few more sets of clothes for changing. This will better express the effect of time. Kurosawa considered the problem of monotony. Although makeup can show differences and his makeup skills are also very strong, changing clothes is the best choice. Buying clothes to change into. Upon hearing this decision, Ninomiya Chizuru was a little embarrassed and looked around. From these words, she could clearly feel that the shooting effect of changing clothes would definitely be better. But in this kind of wilderness, it's okay to take off stockings. After all, they are socks. If I need to change clothes, where should I change? Chizuru, are you worried about where to change clothes? Igarashi Runa noticed her embarrassment, and after thinking about it, she realized something. Yes, Ninomiya Chizuru nodded slightly. Indeed, then don't go shopping for clothes. Kurosawa Hikaru looked around and suddenly realized that he hadn't thought carefully enough. He found it difficult to handle and simply gave up. When he thought that buying clothes to change his clothes would be more effective, he subconsciously thought that this place was very secluded. He could just find a deserted place and change clothes without having to worry about being noticed. But there are differences in the way men and women think. Moreover, Chizuru is a lady and grew up in a big city like Tokyo. Changing clothes in the wild is something she has never experienced before. Better go. Seeing his decisive giving up, Ninomiya Chizuru was a person who strives for perfection. She thought that the effect would be better, so she made up her mind. Today's shooting was for the MV of Adelina by the water. As 0 Hour's first MV, if she knew a certain approach would have better results but didn't do it because of her shyness, she would definitely regret it in the future. Is it okay? Kurosawa Hikaru realized that she had made up her mind, and instead of agreeing, he confirmed. It doesn't matter, and Runa is here and can help me look after it later. Ninomiya Chizuru has a clear mind and knows that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Only by knowing the trade-offs in everything can you get better results. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.